Chapter 35:05. Chapter 579, Soul Blood. Chapter 35:05. Chapter 579, Soul Blood. Chapter 579, Soul Blood. What dense eternal energy! Incredible! The eternal energy gathered here is already denser than when we defeated the final boss of that Hell Mode team dungeon. Sky Pivot and the other original members of the Dawnlight Party promptly lost their calm when they sensed the change in their surrounding environment. Is that really the case, leader? Has the loot of this regional boss gathered denser eternal energy than a Hell Mode team dungeon's final boss? Billowing Water asked out of curiosity. She wasn't aware of the Western Continent's loot situation, so she didn't share the same reaction as Sky Pivot and the others. In God's domain, the higher the quality of an item, the more mana it could attract from the surroundings. But judging by the reactions of Sky Pivot and the others, although the Half-Snake and General's loot had also attracted a lot of mana, the standard of judging an item's quality was evidently based on the eternal energy the item attracted. It is much denser, Sky Pivot said, nodding. Our party previously collaborated with a couple of other parties to raid a Hell Mode team dungeon, but the final boss's loot only doubled the density of the surrounding eternal energy. The affected area was also only limited to a 10-yard radius, Moon Bamboo explained. But as you can see, these items have increased the surrounding eternal energy's density by several times. If not for the magic barrier we've set up, the area they can influence might even increase to a radius of several hundred yards. Essentially, we've struck gold this time. Indeed, looking at the 11 items on the ground, Budding Leaf sighed ruefully and said, when we participated in the joint dungeon raid, a total of 8 noteworthy items dropped, and our party only received 2. Our party even lost 2 members during the raid. Even so, we still ended up profiting significantly. But what we got from that raid is nothing compared to our current harvest. The Dawnlight Party had obtained 2 valuable items from the Hell Mode team dungeon they raided. Of them, one was a bronze mana purification technique, while the other was a combat-ranked secret treasure. The bronze purification technique was given to Moon Bamboo, the vice party leader of the team, while the combat-ranked secret treasure was given to Sky Pivot. After receiving their respective treasures, both Moon Bamboo and Sky Pivot saw a significant increase in strength. Even after accounting for the loss of their 2 party members, the Dawnlight Party's overall strength still increased significantly, allowing the party to retain its status in 7 Luminaries town. Enough talking. The barrier might be able to prevent the Holy Race players outside from detecting us, but some of them might have scouting skills that can see through the barrier's concealment. Let's quickly appraise these items before trouble finds us, Sky Pivot urged. Moon Bamboo nodded and promptly began to use her identification skill to appraise the 11 items. Many of the Holy Race's combat methods and skills were incomprehensible to human players. As a result, many parties failed to survive their encounters with Holy Race players. So, it was best to avoid contact with Holy Race players as much as possible. 30 seconds later, Moon Bamboo finished appraising the 11 items, the speed of her appraisal astonishing even Sure Foam. We really lucked out this time. Moon Bamboo exclaimed. Other than 4 common secret treasures and 2 legendary materials, we also got 1 bronze purification technique and 4 combat secret treasures. There's a bronze purification technique and 4 combat secret treasures. Sky Pivot and the others couldn't help but be astonished. Billowing Water found this outcome especially shocking. Whether it was the bronze purification technique or combat secret treasures, both were extremely rare on the Western Continent. According to her understanding, even 7 Luminaries towns' veteran parties wouldn't necessarily own a bronze purification technique or a combat secret treasure. Most were still stuck with common purification technique and common secret treasures. Yet, Their party had obtained 1 bronze purification technique and 4 combat secret treasures from killing just 1 regional boss. This was an unbelievable harvest. Brother Black Flame, as per our agreement and your contribution to the party, this bronze purification technique belongs to you, Sky Pivot calmly said. Besides that, you and Billow can have priority in choosing 1 item from the remaining items. Moon Bamboo, Budding Leaf, and Splashing Fire did not object to Sky Pivot's arrangement. They simply looked at the party's 2 newcomers. Although they had reaped a huge harvest this time, Sky Pivot had already informed them of the promises he previously made to Sherfong and Billowing Water. They had also agreed to Sky Pivot's decision before they set out, so they weren't about to kick up a fuss now. Not to mention, even if they conceded 3 items, the rest of the loot was still plenty astonishing. Meanwhile, Billowing Water couldn't help but look at Sherfong enviously when she heard he would be receiving a bronze purification technique. For newcomers like themselves to survive on the Western continent, it was imperative that they strengthened their mana as soon as possible. Not to mention, a bronze purification technique could undoubtedly provide a huge increase in strength. If she could get her hands on one and learn it successfully, she was confident she could enter 7 Luminaries' Town's upper ranks. Would you like to make a trade with me, Miss Billow? Sherfong quietly asked when he noticed Billowing Water's yearning for the bronze purification technique. We previously agreed that half of my earnings in the Forbidden Zone would belong to you. If I give this bronze purification technique to you, can we settle the matter? Are you really willing to trade this bronze purification technique for half of your harvest later? Billowing Water asked, confused by Sherfeng's offer. Even though she hadn't spent much time in 7 Luminaries' Town, she knew how valuable a bronze purification technique was. It was highly unlikely they would get another bronze purification technique in their subsequent exploration. So, Sherfong would be losing out big time if he were to trade away his bronze purification technique to offset the earnings he needed to split with her afterward. Of course, Sherfong said, smiling, while the bronze purification technique is valuable, it isn't something I must have right now. Moreover, if you can strengthen your mana, it will make subsequent explorations in this party easier. We will also have a greater chance of obtaining a 2nd bronze purification technique and more precious items. Okay, I agree to your offer, Billowing Water said, finding Sherfeng's reasoning to be valid. If she could learn a bronze purification technique, the Dawnlight party's overall strength would further increase. Afterward, they would have an easier time exploring the plane of fallen gods, and their chances of obtaining better loot would also increase. If another bronze purification technique truly did drop, Sherfong would have bet correctly and earned much more than he originally would have. Immediately, Sherfong handed the bronze purification technique he obtained to Billowing Water and strode toward the 10 remaining items. I'll choose this one, Sherfong said as he picked up a crystal vial containing a drop of scarlet liquid. The scarlet liquid was called Soul Blood, and it was one of the 2 legendary materials dropped by the regional boss. Seeing this, Billowing Water couldn't help but be surprised once again. This time, though, she completely failed to understand why Sherfong would choose a legendary material instead of the more precious combat secret treasures. However, what Billowing Water did not know was that the reason Sherfong had decided to trade away the precious bronze purification technique in the first place was precisely so that he could keep this unassuming Soul Blood. Are you sure you want to choose the Soul Blood, Brother Black Flame? When Sky Pivot saw Sherfong choosing the crystal vial, he couldn't help but seek further confirmation from Sherfong. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3506, Chapter 580, Tier 6 Advanced Concentration. Chapter 3506, Chapter 580, Tier 6 Advanced Concentration. Chapter 580, Tier 6 Advanced Concentration, Brother Black Flame. While the description of Soul Blood states that it can be used to permanently improve a player's concentration, its actual effects are minimal. Splashing Fire sincerely explained when he saw Sher Fong using his privilege to acquire the Soul Blood. Quite a few parties in town have obtained the Soul Blood before, and they were all deceived by its described effects initially. They all thought they had gotten their hands on some great treasure, and one of the top-ranking teams had even paid a significant amount of money to purchase the Soul Blood from others. However, out of everyone who has used Soul Blood, not a single person managed to raise their concentration standards. It was quite a well-known incident back then. Budding Leaf added, the team originally intended to use Soul Blood to raise 3 of its newcomers' concentration standards from Tier 6 Basic to Tier 6 Intermediate, since, after factoring in the help of a mana purification technique, the team would promptly gain 3 more capable combatants. However, even though all 3 of those newcomers were originally already stuck at the limits of the Tier 6 Basic standard, none of them managed to raise their concentration to the Tier 6 Intermediate standard. The outcome nearly drove everyone on that team to madness. Moon Bamboo also nodded, expressing her agreement with Splashing Fire and Budding Leaf. By now, they had already regarded Sher Fong as one of their own. Not to mention, as a half-step Tier 6 expert, Sher Fong might become even stronger than Sky Pivot once he learned a mana purification technique. So, it was in their best interests to dissuade him from a bad decision and form a good relationship with him. Even at the limits of the Tier 6 Basic standard, they didn't achieve a breakthrough. Billowing Water was taken aback when she heard Budding Leaf's explanation. Previously, she, too, had contemplated whether she should go for the Soul Blood. After all, if she could push her concentration to the Tier 6 Intermediate standard, paired with the Bronze Mana Purification technique, she could reach the half-step Tier 6 standard, or possibly even higher. It's fine. I'll choose it, Sher Fong stated firmly as he continued holding onto the Soul Blood. Soul Blood was a material unique to the Eternal Realm, and it was available in scarce quantities. During his previous life, any Soul Blood that appeared on the market would be immediately snatched up by the various pseudo-Apex and Apex powers. Other powers wouldn't even have a chance to obtain one. Honestly, Sher Fong had still been skeptical when he first saw the vial of Soul Blood previously. After all, how could he come across one so easily? However, after Moon Bamboo appraised it, he promptly resolved to make a trade with Billowing Water. Soul Blood's introduction was true in that it could be used to improve a player's concentration standard. However, what the introduction didn't mention was how players should go about using Soul Blood. Because of this, during the initial phase of Soul Blood's discovery, players would ingest Soul Blood directly and receive negligible improvements to their concentration. This, in turn, led to Soul Blood being treated as garbage by players and left in a corner to collect dust for a considerable amount of time after its initial discovery. During his previous life, it wasn't until players discovered a library that had survived in the Eternal Realm since the mythical era did the various powers become aware of the correct way to utilize Soul Blood. When that discovery was made, it caused a sensation throughout the entire Greater Gods domain. According to records found in the ancient library, there were 3 ways to utilize Soul Blood. The first method was to ingest it directly. This method yielded the worst results, and it could only let players with concentration below the Tier 6 standard achieve a 1-rank improvement. Moreover, this method would only be effective once, with subsequent consumptions of Soul Blood not yielding any improvements. And if players with Tier 6 concentration tried to ingest Soul Blood directly, they would only receive negligible improvements. The second method was to refine Soul Blood into a Soul Amplification Potion. When players consumed the Soul Amplification Potion, they would see a permanent increase of 1 or 2 ranks to their concentration standard. While players of all concentration standards could use this second method, each player could only consume one soul amplification potion in their lifetime. The third method was to merge with the soul blood by dripping it onto one's eye. This method would cause players to experience scorching pain, like no other in their souls. So long as players could endure the pain and avoid losing consciousness throughout the merging process, the soul blood would thoroughly merge with their souls and permanently improve their concentration by 1 rank. Likewise, each player could only use this method once in their lifetime. Of the 3 methods, the second method was both the safest and most effective. Coming in second in effectiveness was the third method, but it was also the riskiest of the 3 methods. However, regardless of the method, players could only try one. Once they successfully applied one of the 3 methods, they would become immune to the effects of soul blood. Currently, producing the soul amplification potion was out of the question for Sherfone. Firstly, he didn't have the recipe. Secondly, even if he did have the recipe, he would need a great Grandmaster Alchemist to produce the potion for him, and it would be done at a low success rate of 30 to 40%. Hence, he could only go with the third method of utilizing the soul blood. It was also the most common method used by players who had obtained soul blood in his previous life. Although the soul amplification potion could improve concentration by up to 2 ranks, the opportunity for players with Tier 6 concentration to permanently increase their concentration by 1 rank was enough to make countless experts lose their minds. It was especially so for players operating on the Western continent. Such an improvement would allow players to achieve a qualitative improvement. When Sky Pivot and the others saw Shifeng's determination, they no longer tried to dissuade him. Instead, they proceeded with allocating the remaining loot based on party contribution. Unsurprisingly, the 4 combat secret treasures were distributed to Sky Pivot, Moon Bamboo, Billowing Water, and Shifeng. As for the 4 common secret treasures, they were evenly distributed between Splashing Fire and Budding Leaf. Once the party finished distributing the loot, Sky Pivot promptly summoned a dozen rat-sized stealth summons and scattered them outside the cave. When it came to scouting, these stealth summons were as capable as rangers and assassins. With one eye closed, Sky Pivot observed the situation outside the cave through the eyes of his summons. Then he solemnly said, "There are still a couple of holy race teams outside. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until they move some distance away before we can leave." Sure enough, those people won't give up so easily. I guess we just have to have a competition of patience with them like always, Splashing Fire said, unperturbed by this outcome. Then he went to sit in a corner of the cave and started researching the common secret treasures he just obtained. As for everyone else, they, too, began researching their respective harvests while awaiting further orders from the party leader. I guess I can also use this opportunity to raise my concentration, Shifeng thought when he saw that everyone was busy with their respective affairs. Then he stepped into a dark corner of the cave and cautiously dripped the soul blood onto his right eye. Immediately after the scarlet liquid made contact with his eyeball, Shifeng immediately felt rampant energy invading his soul and trying to corrode his entire being. In just an instant, Shifeng felt like flames were scorching his body, inside and outside. "It really hurts," Shifeng mentally exclaimed as he stared at the scarlet veins that appeared all over his body. He didn't think merging with the soul blood would be so excruciatingly painful. If not for the countless hardships he experienced in his previous life, he would have probably screamed in agony right about now. However, amidst the pain, Shifeng could also feel strands of eternal energy flowing into the depths of his immortal soul and improving its resilience. The painful experience lasted for a full 20 minutes before disappearing, leaving Shifeng with a sense of liberation. Immediately afterward, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. "System, congratulations! You have achieved Tier 6 Advanced Concentration while still being at Tier 5. Rewarding Mental Dominator title. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3507. Chapter 581. Divine Kingdom's Resurgence. Chapter 3507. Chapter 581. Divine Kingdom's Resurgence. Chapter 581. Divine Kingdom's Resurgence. Mental Dominator. Shi Feng was surprised by the title he abruptly obtained. Mental Dominator. When the title is equipped, it weakens all mental attacks received by 20%. The effect of weakening mental attacks received by 20% might seem insignificant, but that would only be true if he were still on the Eternal Continent. On the Western Continent, the Mental Dominator title could yield him extraordinary benefits. Compared to the Eternal Continent's monsters, the Western Continent's monsters weren't all that different in basic attributes. However, because of their mastery over mental attacks, they were vastly more difficult to deal with. If he were to equip the Mental Dominator title, he would raise his resistance to mental attacks to a new level. If he were to face the half-snake in general again, he wouldn't even need to split his attention to deal with the regional boss's mental attacks. Now that my concentration has reached the Tier 6 advanced, I can probably execute Sword of Space without channeling my mana for a long time, Shi Feng theorized when he felt his control over his mana improving significantly. Then he unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and thought, I wonder if I can break the second seal. When he previously undid the Shadow Incinerator's first seal, the weapon had gained the might of a legendary weapon. If he could undo the second seal, the godly relic could undoubtedly elevate his overall strength to a whole new level. At that time, even if he had to roam the Western Continent by himself, he would face far fewer problems. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Shi Feng tried attacking the mental nodes on the Shadow Incinerator's second seal multiple times using mental condensation in quick succession. However, the mental nodes remained completely unfazed. It seems I was hoping for too much. Shi Feng wryly smiled when he saw how he had utterly failed to break the second seal. The Shadow Incinerator's second seal was of a much higher rank than the first seal. Moreover, he sensed that the effectiveness of the mental condensation technique taught to him by the primordial abyssal god had weakened significantly after his concentration reached the Tier 6 advanced standard. The technique did not strengthen his concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard and only improved it by half a rank. If he wanted to break the second seal, he would still have to raise his concentration by half a rank. Never mind. At least I won't have difficulties learning how to inscribe intermediate divine engravings now. Shi Feng quickly got over his disappointment and regained his calm. After all, his primary goal in trading away the bronze mana purification technique for the soul blood was never to undo the Shadow Incinerator's second seal. Instead, it was to upgrade his concentration to the Tier 6 advanced standard, so that he could learn how to inscribe intermediate divine engravings quicker and have an easier time roaming the Western Continent by himself. Admittedly, he could have an easier time killing legendary-ranked regional bosses if he operated with the Dawnlight Party. However, he was in possession of the Feather of Oath. So long as he could resist the mental attacks of the Western Continent's monsters, he could afford to explore higher-level maps and slay legendary-ranked world bosses by himself. Not only would he get to monopolize all of the loot, but the quality would also be vastly superior to that of regional bosses. Something's up. Everyone, gather. At this time, Sky Pivot suddenly disrupted the cave's tranquility, his command causing everyone to gather at the cave's entrance reflexively. What happened outside, leader? Splashing Fire asked, growing a little anxious when he saw Sky Pivot's unusually serious expression. Did the Holy Race players discover us? Their party of 6 might be strong, but the Holy Race players had many experts. Some of them could even contend against the likes of Sky Pivot. If 2 or 3 of such experts worked together, they could quickly take down Sky Pivot, let alone the rest of their party. No, that's not it, Sky Pivot said, shaking his head. Then, with a confused look, he continued, the Holy Race players outside are behaving strangely. It looks like they received a command of some sort, and they are now gathering in a particular direction. But I haven't sensed any signs of battle coming from the direction they are headed. They are heading in a direction without signs of battle. Shifeng had his curiosity piqued a little when he heard Sky Pivot's description. The Holy Race players were similar to human players in that they were split among numerous powers. Currently, the Holy Race players operating on the plane of fallen gods all came from different powers, so their relationship with each other was that of competitors. Because of this, whenever they started to gather in the same direction, it usually meant they had perceived signs of battle coming from that direction, and they intended to contest for loot. But if there were no signs of battle, it meant that no boss battles were taking place nearby. In that case, it was very strange for the Holy Race players to gather in the same direction. It still wouldn't make sense even if allies notified them about a boss battle taking place. If they were so far away that they couldn't perceive any signs of the battle in question, the battle would have long ended by the time they arrived at the scene, and there would be no point in them heading over. Wait, that's a city? Before anyone could come to a conclusion, Sky Pivot suddenly exclaimed, a city appeared on the plane of fallen gods. Before Sky Pivot could continue speaking, a regional announcement rang in everyone's minds. Regional System Announcement. The sealed Divine Kingdom of Old has been opened. Divine Kingdom's Afterglow expansion pack activated. The announcement repeated 3 times, stunning everyone. During God's Domain's mythical era, countries that could be dubbed as a divine kingdom were countries ruled by gods, and they possessed civilizations and technologies far beyond the grasp of the modern era. No wonder the Holy Race players are rushing over there. A divine kingdom. This is undoubtedly the biggest opportunity the Western continent has to offer. Splashing Fire exclaimed ruefully, if we can secure even a tiny portion of what the Divine Kingdom has to offer, it will probably still be better than a regional boss's loot. Moon Bamboo nodded in agreement. Then she looked at Sky Pivot and said, this is a rare opportunity, leader. Now that our party has grown much stronger, should we take a look too? Following Moon Bamboo's words, Splashing Fire, Budding Leaf, and Billowing Water also looked at Sky Pivot with hopeful and excited gazes. During the past half an hour, they had already equipped the secret treasures they had obtained. Billowing Water had also gained initial mastery over her bronze purification technique, putting her current strength close to Sky Pivot. Okay, let's go and take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Sky Pivot decided to take a gamble. Plain of Fallen Gods, Central Region. What should have been a vast forested plain was now dominated by a towering city. The city occupied the entirety of the Plain of Fallen Gods, Central Region, and awed all players who approached it with its mountain-like walls. It should be known that even the walls of holy cities would normally only reach a height of 100 meters. Yet, the city that occupied the Central Region had walls measuring thousands of meters in height. Even birds would need to fly a long time to reach the top of the walls and cross them. As for players who couldn't fly, these walls were akin to an insurmountable barrier. At this time, though, thousands of flying mounts filled the sky above the city. Each of these flying mounts was at Tier 4 or above, and standing on the back of these flying mounts were Holy Race players exuding astonishing auras. Even the weakest of these Holy Race players exuded auras on par with the average Tier 6 human player. As for the Holy Race players standing atop the several Tier 5 flying mounts positioned in the lead, their presence was akin to that of gods, and they exuded holy power that distorted the surrounding space. At this time, a level 164 Tier 5 middle-aged man, with a solemn appearance, could be seen approaching a young man on his Tier 5 flying mount. The young man had holy patterns marking his eyes, and the middle-aged man put on a respectful expression when he arrived before the young man. Lord Royal Thunder, all Tier 6 combatants operating in the plane of fallen gods have already gathered. They number more than 50,000, and they are ready to comply with your orders, the middle-aged man reported. We have also discovered several human parties riding Tier 5 flying mounts, secretly stalking us from 3,000 yards away. Should we eliminate them before we proceed? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3508. Chapter 582. Demon of Swords. Chapter 3508. Chapter 582. Demon of Swords. Chapter 582. Demon of Swords. Human parties? A look of interest appeared on the young man with patterned eyes. Then he turned to the fair-skinned girl with an indifferent face standing next to him and asked, "Are there any noteworthy experts among them?" "Feather?" "You jest, Lord Thunder. There are no noteworthy experts among humans. They are merely a bunch of ants," the girl named Extreme Feather responded. "Currently, only the chosen ones nurtured by the humans' apex powers can put up a fight against me. Every other human is unlikely to survive a single move from me." "Is that so?" The young man named Royal Thunder couldn't help but lose interest after hearing Extreme Feather's answer. Then he turned back to the middle-aged man and said, "In that case, quickly take care of those human parties. I don't wish to waste time on them." Royal Thunder had no doubts about Extreme Feather's words. Extreme Feather was one of the 9 great chosen ones under his command, and she was one of the key figures assisting him in securing his position within his family. When he initially heard that there were human players nearby, his first thought was to find a noteworthy opponent among them for Extreme Feather. After all, only by fighting strong opponents could Extreme Feather grow quicker. But if the opponents were merely insignificant ants, there was no need to waste time on them. "Understood," the solemn middle-aged man responded before flying away with 1,000 holy race experts. Meanwhile, a little over 2,000 yards away, the various human parties operating on the plane of fallen gods had gathered together. Every party had used a Tier 5 group isolation scroll to conceal their presence. Unless one came very close to these parties, even fifth-floor experts would have difficulty noticing them. "It seems the other side has discovered us. Pivot," a robust man riding atop a Tier 5 void mana commented when he saw the 1,000 or so holy race experts flying over from a distance. Then he looked at a nearby male summoner and smiled, saying, "Will you be needing our help this time?" "Careful not to eat your own words. Fireball," Sky Pivot said in exasperation as he looked at the robust man. According to 7 Luminaries Town's party rankings, Dawnlight is 1 rank above Fire Demon. You should be more concerned about your own party right now. In 7 Luminaries Town, the Fire Demon party and the Dawnlight party could be considered rivals. However, not once did the Fire Demon party ever manage to surpass the Dawnlight party in rankings. "Times have changed, Pivot," the robust man named Fireball said with a nonchalant smile. "Our party has recently welcomed a strong newcomer, so our strength is no longer the same as before. Not to mention, didn't Dawnlight lose 2 members some time ago? Do you think your party is the only one with new members?" Sky Pivot said disdainfully, "Hey, not everyone is equal," Fireball said before delightedly pointing at a female swordsman with an enticing figure. "Our newcomer is extraordinary. While she might be young in age, she has already reached the half-step Tier 6 standard. Even an old guy like you might have a tough time against her." "Hello, party leader Sky Pivot. I am Tsang Sha, the Fire Demon Party's newest member." Tsang Sha introduced herself to Sky Pivot in a seductive voice. "I am still new to 7 Luminaries Town, so I hope you can look out for me in the future," Hello, I am Sky Pivot, the Dawnlight Party's leader. Sky Pivot hurriedly introduced himself, as well when he saw how polite Song Sha was. Song Sha? While looking at the Fire Demon Party's seductive new member, Sure Fong suddenly recalled a name from his previous life. Demon of Swords, Song Sha. She was one of the chosen ones nurtured by the Apex Power Demon's Gate. She became a 3-star mental strength grandmaster at a very young age, and she was also the youngest person to become a taboo in Demon's Gate's history. However, outside of Demon's Gate, few people had ever seen Song Sha's true appearance. It wasn't even possible to find Song Sha's battle records through public means. Even so, the Seven Luminaries Alliance had awarded Song Sha the title of Demon of Swords and described her as an existence on par with the 10 great sword gods. At one point during Shifeng's previous life, the Midnight Tea Party's legendary existence, Endless Scars fought Song Sha. Although Endless Scars did not disclose the fight's result, Shifeng did learn one thing from Endless Scars. Only primordial gods could defeat Song Sha. The evaluation stunned Shifeng when he first heard it. Primordial gods were existences standing at the very apex of God's domain. Even among players regarded as taboos, very few could put up a fight against primordial gods, let alone stand shoulder to shoulder with primordial gods. While Shifeng wondered about Song Sha's true identity, Fireball, the Fire Demon Party's leader, directed his Void Manta closer to the Dawnlight Party. What do you think, Pivot? Look at how polite our newcomer is. Fireball boasted. I can also tell you that Song Sha isn't just polite. She can absolutely stun you once she takes action. So long as your party is willing to admit defeat, we wouldn't mind helping you out this time. Otherwise, you might not even get past the city gates before getting sent back to the Eternal Continent. Stun me? Sky Pivot couldn't help but laugh. Then he pointed at Shifeng and said, Do you know who our party's newcomer is? Who is he? Fireball responded with an expression of disdain. Black Flame, the Lord of War Goddesses, ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list. Sky Pivot proudly stated, Once those holy race experts arrive, just watch as we enter the city ahead of you. Sky Pivot wasn't worried about the approaching holy race experts. Aerial combat was different from ground combat. It was especially so when everyone currently lacked the ability to fly on their own on the Western continent. In such a situation, it was easy for several hundred players to form an impenetrable encirclement on the ground. However, in the air, where everyone had to rely on flying mounts to stay airborne, the best the holy race experts could accomplish was to have several players attack from up close. Everyone else could only rely on long-range bombardment. In such a situation, their party could simply rely on defensive magic arrays to defend against incoming attacks while they charged into the city. Meanwhile, once they entered the city, the monsters that infested the city would greatly diminish the advantage of numbers. At that time, the Holy Race players would have a much more difficult time keeping them pinned. 11th on the Sacred Glory list. Fireball laughed. Fireball had previously thought the Dawnlight Party had recruited someone incredible for Sky Pivot to boast about so much. However, it would seem that he had overestimated his old rival and the Dawnlight Party as a whole. The party must be in dire straits if it was treating a Sacred Glory expert as a treasure. Black Flame. Meanwhile, Song Sha's gaze promptly locked onto Shifeng when she heard Sky Pivot's words, and she couldn't help but lick her lips as she scrutinized Shifeng. How interesting. So, you are Zero Wing's guild leader? I wonder what would become of Zero Wing if I were to kill you now. Song Sha's words were like the devil's whispers, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Everyone felt as if a sharp sword was hanging over their heads, ready to fall and claim their lives at any moment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3509, Chapter 583, Sweeping the Sky with One Slash. Chapter 3509, Chapter 583, Sweeping the Sky with One Slash. Chapter 583, Sweeping the Sky with One Slash. Following Tsang Sha's words, Firebull's anxiety levels promptly skyrocketed. Tsang Sha, no messing around. Firebull quickly advised when he saw Tsang Sha seemingly itching for a fight. I don't know what grudge you have with that young man, but you will cause all of us to die here if you act now. At this point, Firebull regarded Tsang Sha as if she were his ancestor. It wasn't simply because Tsang Sha possessed astonishing strength. It was also due to her unpredictable temperament. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she could be smiling at someone in one moment and killing them in the next. In fact, this had happened multiple times in Seven Luminaries Town, and the Fire Demon Party had already made many enemies in town because of Tsang Sha. Currently, they were about to engage a force of 1,000 holy race experts in battle. Even if it was just an aerial battle, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. If they were to start a fight with the Dawnlight Party in such a situation, it would undoubtedly lead to a nightmarish scenario. Others might not know of the Dawnlight Party's true strength, but as an old rival of the party, Firebull knew just how formidable the party was. It was especially so for the party's leader, Sky Pivot. Sky Pivot was so strong that if he disregarded caution and unleashed his full power, not even the top 10 experts of Seven Luminaries Town would dare to provoke him. The summoner class might seem to primarily rely on summoned creatures as their main method of attack, but Sky Pivot wasn't just a summoner. He was also a spirit controller. And while the spirit controller hidden class might not be considered a peak class, it was an advanced class that strongly complemented the summoner class. As a spirit controller, Sky Pivot could devour the souls of creatures to strengthen himself. When combined with his summoner class's ability to merge with his summoned creatures, Sky Pivot could easily transcend tiers. Normally, though, Sky Pivot would rarely ever use this move. Firebull only happened to see Sky Pivot using it once during their previous joint dungeon raid. If it wasn't for the Dawnlight Party being put at risk of annihilation, Sky Pivot might not have used that move at the time. While Firebull was anxiously keeping Tsang Sha in check, standing atop the illusory griffin, Moon Bamboo and the others instinctively drew their weapons and fixed their gazes on Tsang Sha with great caution. Who is this young lady? Why is her aura so terrifying? Moon Bamboo was greatly shocked by Tsang Sha's presence. If she didn't know any better, she would have thought she was facing a demon god. As an expert with Tier 6 intermediate concentration, Moon Bamboo could remain calm even if she faced a genuine Tier 6 god. Yet, even though she was currently facing a young lady of the same tier, her heart pounded with great anxiety. This was simply unbelievable. How many monsters are there hidden in the greater god's domain? Billowing Water was at a loss for words. Originally, she believed she had already reached the apex of the greater god's domain, thinking that few experts among the younger generation could rival her. However, upon arriving in the inland region of the Western continent, her assumption was quickly proven wrong by Black Flame, ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list. And now, she was again proven wrong by Tsang Sha, whom she had never even heard of until today. Moreover, these unknown experts she encountered seemed to be getting younger and younger, while Moon Bamboo, Billowing Water, and the others were recovering from their shock. Tsang Sha suddenly retracted her imposing aura, transforming back into a harmless-looking girl. I was just playing a small joke with Big Brother Black Flame. Leader, why are you taking it so seriously? Tsang Sha said, chuckling softly as she looked at Firebull's nervous expression. A joke. Firebull looked at Tsang Sha's playful expression in exasperation. You nearly scared me to death. Just a moment ago, he was only a moment away from taking preemptive action against the Dawnlight Party. After all, Tsang Sha was a member of the Fire Demon Party. So long as she made a move, it would be equivalent to the Fire Demon Party making a move. And since they were going to engage in a battle with the Dawnlight Party, it was only natural for them to take the initiative and finish the fight before it could escalate. Otherwise, if Sky Pivot unleashed his full power, the Fire Demon Party would suffer significant losses. Rather than focus on me, I think we should prioritize dealing with the Holy Race experts first, Leader Tsang Sha said, as she looked at the Holy Race experts, who were less than 200 yards away. True. Nodding, Fire Bull turned to Sky Pivot and said with a serious look, "This is your last chance to submit. Pivot. Otherwise, we won't help you afterward." Aren't you being a little overconfident in yourself? Fire Bull, you'd be better off focusing your concern on yourself. Don't let me see you failing to even make it to the entrance later, Sky Pivot said, chuckling. While he did not know the exact strength of the current Fire Demon Party, he was well aware that the current Dawnlight Party was significantly stronger than before. In addition to 3 half-step Tier 6 players, the party also had Billowing Water, whose basic attributes had already reached the standard of Tier 6 players. With such a formidable lineup, breaking through the Holy Race's aerial encirclement would be a piece of cake. "Let's go, Leader," Tsang Sha said to Fire Bull after taking one last look at Surefoam. "Since Party Leader Pivot has already made his decision, we will wait for the Dawnlight Party inside the city." Tsang Sha was personally interested in Black Flame and originally intended to eliminate him herself. However, when she thought about how she might risk exposing some of her strength, she decided to leave this matter for the Holy Race players to handle. "All right, then. Suit yourself," Fire Bull said as he looked at Sky Pivot's confident expression. Then, he directed the Void Manta to fly toward the several dozen approaching flying mounts. A moment later, the Void Manta, under Fire Bull's control, abruptly turned into a blur and swiftly flew past the approaching Holy Race experts without attracting attention. It was as if none of the Holy Race players noticed the Fire Demon Party, and they simply let the party fly past their shoulders. What's going on? Moon Bamboo couldn't help but be dumbfounded by how easily the Fire Demon Party had gotten past the Holy Race experts. Why did those Holy Race experts let them pass just like that? A mental combat technique. That's a mental combat technique. She has actually mastered a high-ranking mental combat technique. No wonder Fire Bull was so confident. Sky Pivot exclaimed, "Who is this young lady?" Mental combat techniques were extremely rare in God's domain, their rarity comparable to fragmented divine artifacts. Some of the stronger mental combat techniques could even rival divine artifacts in rarity. As for the difficulty of mastering a mental combat technique, it was several times greater than mastering offensive and defensive gold combat techniques. However, so long as a player managed to master a mental combat technique, they'd be nigh invincible among players of the same tier. The Holy Race experts look furious, Leader. "I'm afraid it might be difficult for us to break through," Moon Bamboo commented when she saw how all of the approaching Holy Race experts had already unleashed their holy auras. It was obvious that the Holy Race experts had realized how the Fire Demon Party had played them and were prepared to face another mental combat technique. What made Holy Race players stronger than human players was their mastery of Holy Aura. So long as they activated their Holy Auras, their strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. Even in a competition of raw strength, Moon Bamboo, who was a half-step Tier 6 Guardian Knight, would be outmatched. Splashing Fire and Budding Leaf also couldn't help but grow nervous. Previously, they had planned to take advantage of the Holy Race players' unpreparedness to swiftly break through. But now, all of the approaching Holy Race players had used their Holy Auras. In such a situation, their chances of breaking through became highly uncertain. Meanwhile, Fireball, who was close to reaching the city, couldn't help but chuckle when he turned back and saw the Holy Race experts closing in on the Dawnlight party. He had tried to advise Sky Pivot, but it's a pity the other party refused to heed his advice and conceitedly believed that he could break through the Holy Race army with just a couple of half-step Tier 6 players. However, as the Void Manta was about to reach the city walls, Firebull suddenly heard a deafening thunder echoing from behind him. Immediately afterward, the sky darkened and mana in the vicinity vanished completely. When Firebull turned around, he saw a swordsman standing at the edge of a patch of darkness. As for the 1,000 or so Holy Race experts who had been closing in on the Dawnlight party, they had all vanished from the sky as if they had never appeared. Goddess-ranked mana technique, sort of space. Let's head over as well, Sherfong said, as he sheathed the Shadow Incinerator. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3510, Chapter 584, Tier 6 Realm. Chapter 3510, Chapter 584, Tier 6 Realm. Chapter 584, Tier 6 Realm. They're gone. 1,000 Holy Race experts disappeared. Just like that, the Fire Demon Party's members, riding atop the Void Manta, gaped in shock as they looked at the empty sky behind them. That was a force of 1,000 Tier 5 Holy Race experts they were talking about. Faced with such a force, their party only dared to rely on a mental combat technique to slip by. As for facing the Holy Race experts in direct confrontation, that would simply be suicidal. Holy Race players might not be proficient at ranged attacks, but so long as the several dozen flying mounts the Holy Race experts rode on could get within 100 yards of their party, it would promptly turn into a nightmarish scenario for their party. Tier 5 Holy Race players might similarly lack the ability to fly on the Western continent as Tier 5 human players, but they could strengthen their physical bodies with Holy Aura, which would, in turn, allow them to jump across a distance of 100 yards easily. At that time, the Holy Race experts could use their flying mounts as a springboard to close the distance with their party and attack them. If any of their party members lacked sufficiently strong defensive capabilities, they would last no more than a few seconds against the Holy Race experts. Yet now, the Holy Race experts they feared were knocked out of the sky by one of the Dawnlight party's newcomers in a single attack. None of the Holy Race experts managed to withstand the force of the newcomers' attacks. This was simply unbelievable. After all, these were Tier 5 Holy Race experts they were talking about. With their holy auras activated, these Holy Race experts would gain strength and defense vastly superior to human players. Yet, of the 1,000 Holy Race experts that approached the Dawnlight party, not even one managed to remain on their flying mounts. They were all heavily injured and knocked out of the sky. That damn Sky Pivot! Fireball was greatly shocked as he watched Sherfong sheath his sword. Where did he find such a monster? Firebull previously thought he had already lucked out significantly when he recruited Tsang Sha, but now it turned out that one of the newcomers Sky Pivot recruited was even more monstrous. The feat of heavily injuring 1,000 Tier 5 Holy Race experts with one attack was something neither he nor Sky Pivot could accomplish, even if they went all out. If anyone could pull off such a feat, it would have to be the old monsters in 7 Luminaries Town who were fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Has he reached the Tier 6 realm already? At this time, even Tsang Sha couldn't help but look at Sherfong in surprise. Very few human experts in 7 Luminaries Town had reached the Tier 6 realm. Each of these experts was fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and they rivaled Tier 6 Holy Race experts. Currently, in a situation where none of the players operating on the Western continent had reached Tier 6 yet, Experts who had reached the Tier 6 realm undoubtedly stood at the apex among the Western continent's experts. Even the holy race's various powers wouldn't dare to provoke such existences casually. On the other side, Sky Pivot and the others also couldn't help but look at Shifeng in astonishment. In fact, the shock they experienced was even greater than what the Fire Demon Party's members experienced. The Tier 6 realm. I must be dreaming. Our party actually has an expert of the Tier 6 realm. Sky Pivot, Moon Bamboo, Budding Leaf, and Splashing Fire gaped in shock as they looked at Shifeng. Experts of the Tier 6 realm stood at the absolute apex of the current Western continent's players. Unlike the four of them, who could only rival the Tier 6 human players outside the Eternal Realm, experts of the Tier 6 realm could rival Tier 6 Holy Race players. In the current situation where none of the Western continent's Holy Race experts had reached Tier 6 yet, a human expert of the Tier 6 realm could go unopposed on the Western continent. Even the Holy Race's expert teams would have to avoid these human experts. It would be akin to a group of Tier 5 human players outside the Eternal Realm coming across a Tier 6 human player. Even if the Tier 5 players had the advantage in numbers, they would be nothing more than a group of ants in front of the Tier 6 player. It wouldn't be difficult for the Tier 6 player to crush the group of Tier 5 players. How much strength has he kept hidden? Billowing Water was at a loss for words as she looked at Shifeng. Originally, she thought that after obtaining a bronze mana purification technique, she had reduced the gap in strength between her and Shifeng. She had even been confident that she could surpass Shifeng once she fully mastered the bronze purification technique. Yet it turned out that her imagination couldn't be any further from reality. While she was preparing herself to die at the hands of the Holy Race experts, Shifeng heavily injured all 1,000 Holy Race experts with a single attack. Not only did the strength gap between them not reduce, but it had grown even larger instead. The city gates are open, leader. Let's quickly enter the city. It'd be the end of us if we get surrounded by the Holy Race's army, Shifeng said when he saw Sky Pivot still in shock. Contrary to Sky Pivot and the others' conclusion, Shifeng was not an expert of the Tier 6 realm. He also couldn't go up against the Holy Race's Tier 5 army alone. After upgrading his concentration to the Tier 6 advanced standard, it was true that he was able to reduce the time it took him to execute Sword of Space. And with the technique's ability to let him surpass the limits of Tier 5, it was only natural the Tier 5 Holy Race players failed to resist his attack. However, it remained a fact that he needed time to channel his strength to execute the technique. Previously, the Holy Race expert's approach had given him ample time to execute Sword of Space. The fact that they came in a single direction also made it convenient for him to target them all. But had the Holy Race expert's approach from all directions, he would only be able to strike down a portion of them, and he wouldn't have the time needed to execute Sword of Space a second time before he came under attack. And if several hundred Tier 5 Holy Race experts attacked him, Shifeng doubted he would fare any better than Sky Pivot. Right, let's hurry on over. Sky Pivot snapped out of his daze and hurriedly directed the illusory griffin to fly over to the city gates. Divine scripts and runes covered the towering city hovering above the plain of Fallen Gods' central region, and they protected the city from trespassers. If players wished to enter the city, they could only do so via the gates, which were devoid of any divine scripts and runes. Currently, the gates were open, and the Holy Race players had yet to establish a proper defensive network, so it was the perfect opportunity for them to enter the city. But if they dragged their feet and allowed the Holy Race's army to set up a defensive network, they shouldn't think of entering the city anymore. At that time, not even a force of multiple experts of the Tier 6 realm should think of barging into the city. Meanwhile, after the Dawnlight Party slipped into the city, the holy race experts who were knocked out of the sky started to cause a commotion on the ground. Our luck is simply terrible, Commander Heads. We didn't complete even one of the tasks Lord Thunder assigned us. What are the chances that we would meet an expert who has mastered an extremely powerful mental attack and an expert of the Tier 6 realm? If the other legions learn of this, they'll probably laugh their heads off, a level 163 team leader of the Holy Race said in exasperation as he watched the Fire Demon Party and Dawnlight Party flying into the nameless city. Royal Thunder was of extraordinary origins, and countless players wished to get into his good graces. Yet, even though their legion had secured a good opportunity to perform, they ended up wasting it. Our luck is terrible. The middle-aged man, who Royal Thunder previously tasked to eliminate the surrounding human parties, suddenly laughed as he watched Sherfong disappear into the city. Then he said, "I don't think so at all. On the contrary, I think we are incredibly lucky. That man is no expert of the Tier 6 realm." We're lucky? And how is that man not an expert of the Tier 6 realm? His sword heavily injured all of our brothers. Had we not joined our holy auras together in time, that attack might have killed us all, another team leader said in confusion. That attack has naturally reached the Tier 6 realm. Smiling, the middle-aged man named 100 Heads said, "But the mana usage method of that attack is very similar to that of primordial gods. So, I suspect he has obtained the primordial god-ranked mana technique that those big shots have always wanted. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3511, Chapter 585, City Treasury. Chapter 3511, Chapter 585, City Treasury. Chapter 585, City Treasury, a primordial god-ranked mana technique. Are you sure you're not mistaken, Commander Heads? I heard that the humans have hardly any saint-ranked mana techniques, while primordial god-ranked mana techniques are no different than myths to them. When the team leaders of the Legion, led by 100 Heads, heard his conjecture, they quickly voiced their doubts. The holy race and the human race might be from different factions and completely different worlds, but the holy race still had a certain degree of understanding regarding the human race. Meanwhile, according to their understanding, saint-ranked mana techniques were considered by humans to be the best mana techniques available, whereas primordial god-ranked mana techniques didn't even exist for humans. Otherwise, human players wouldn't be so weak on average. No, I'm certain the attack he used is a primordial god-ranked mana technique. 100 Heads firmly stated, "Have any of you recorded the battle just now? I'm going to send it to Lord Thunder." "I did, but will you send it to Lord Thunder, Commander? Wouldn't we be in for dire consequences if it turns out not to be a primordial god-ranked mana technique?" A team leader voiced his concerns anxiously. While the mana techniques created by the humans' primordial gods could only be used by human players, the strength of primordial gods was evident. In a one-on-one situation, not even their holy ancestors could be a match for the humans' primordial gods. So, one could say that primordial gods were extremely skilled in using their available strength. It was also why the holy race's many powers had offered lavish rewards for anyone who could get their hands on the humans' primordial god-ranked mana techniques. These powers intended to use these mana techniques as a reference to enhance their holy power usage. However, primordial god-ranked mana techniques were simply too difficult to come by. Even after scouring the entirety of their own greater god's domain, they failed to find even a trace of a primordial god-ranked mana technique. Hence, if they were to present a clue that could reliably lead to the procurement of a primordial god-ranked mana technique, they would have made a huge accomplishment. And should this clue lead to the acquisition of an actual primordial god-ranked mana technique, the various powers would definitely reward them handsomely. But conversely, if the clue provided was false, They should also be prepared to face the wrath of the various powers. Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility. 100 Heads stated after he obtained the battle video from one of his subordinates. Then, he proceeded to forward it to Royal Thunder without hesitation. At the same time, he mentally added, "But I'll also take full credit for it." On a certain street lined with ancient buildings forged completely out of steel, several Holy Race legions were currently engaged in heated combat with several half-snaken monsters. Many of these half-snaken monsters were at the Tier 5 legendary rank, and even the weakest among them was a Tier 4 superior mythic. Their levels also ranged from upwards of 170, and their numbers exceeded 10,000. These half-snakikins would also come together to fight using combination combat techniques, making it difficult for even individual and small parties of Tier 5 players to fight them. However, under the might of the Holy Race's several Tier 5 legions, the half-snakekin army quickly shrunk in size. How interesting! One of the humans from just now actually possesses a primordial god-ranked mana technique. Royal Thunder, who was commanding the battle from the rear, said with a smile after reading a report he just received. A primordial god-ranked mana technique. Extreme Feather, standing next to Royal Thunder, revealed a look of interest when she heard the other party's words. "Is the report accurate, Your Highness?" Seeing as 100 Heads decided to send me this message, he must be very confident in his judgment, Royal Thunder said. Then he turned to Extreme Feather and asked, "Why has your interest finally been piqued?" "You jest, Your Highness. How can anybody not be interested in a primordial god-ranked mana technique?" Extreme Feather responded, "Do you want me to go and capture the person for you now?" "It's not an urgent matter," Royal Thunder said, waving his hand. According to the report, the human named Black Flame has already entered the city. In that case, he must have been randomly teleported to somewhere in the city. This zone is special, so it will be difficult for the humans to leave, even if they want to. Not to mention, Black Flame is an expert of the Tier 6 realm. I don't doubt he and his party can traverse the city so long as they are careful, so it is only a matter of time before we encounter them. It won't be too late to capture him when that happens. Extreme Feather nodded in agreement of the groups that had entered the nameless city. The Legion directly under Royal Thunder's command should be the only group capable of taking down an expert of the Tier 6 realm. The other powers' legions would be helpless against an expert of such caliber, so there would be no need to fear that Black Flame's party might get killed by other Holy Race legions. In addition, the Nameless City was a special zone that allowed players to leave via the designated exit found in the city's depths. If players couldn't find the exit, they would be trapped in the city for the rest of their lives, and not even in death could they leave the city. Thus, so long as their legion blockaded the city's exit, they were bound to be able to intercept Black Flame's party. Meanwhile, as Royal Thunder had predicted, the Dawnlight party was currently cautiously making its way deeper into the city. The monsters here feel endless. We can't even finish a wave before another one comes at us. Splashing Fire complained, his scalp tingling when he saw another group of several hundred half-snaken monsters charging at their party. "We'll die from exhaustion at this rate. Don't complain and be grateful, Fire." Moon Bamboo, who was fighting against a legendary ranked half-snaken chieftain, said to Splashing Fire, "It is only thanks to Guild Leader Black Flame that we can enter the city. The drop rate of these monsters is more than double that of the monsters outside. There are also no Holy Race players here to harass us. Even if we end up dying a dozen times here, we will still end up making a huge profit once we leave." Everyone else nodded in agreement. Normally, they would be forcibly teleported back to the Eternal Continent if they were to die on the Western Continent. However, when they entered this nameless city, they were informed that they would be resurrected inside the city should they die in the city. This point alone already made it worthwhile for them to face the endless hordes of monsters. Not to mention, the monsters inside the city had a significantly higher drop rate. Even though they had only killed a few waves of half-snaken monsters thus far, they had already acquired one combat secret treasure and several common secret treasures. They had even obtained as many as 2 common mana purification techniques. Common purification techniques might be widely available in 7 Luminaries Town, but they were far from worthless. At present, players seeking to exchange a common purification technique would have to fork out a combat secret treasure. The average party would also need 3 or 4 days to get its hands on a common purification technique. In contrast, their party had already obtained 2 common purification techniques and 1 combat secret treasure after just 10 minutes of grinding. "We won't have to worry about dying from exhaustion," Sherfong said as he joined the conversation. Then, while observing the surrounding half-snaken monsters, he continued, "Half-snakekins are nocturnal, and their senses are heightened at night. So long as we persist until daylight, we should be able to eliminate a wave of these monsters before another wave discovers us." Half-snakekins weren't particularly rare monsters in God's domain, so everyone quickly recalled the habits of half-snakekins after hearing Sherfeng's explanation, and they couldn't help but sigh in relief. This meant that so long as they rested during the day, they should have no trouble surviving in the city. Subsequently, time passed, and 5 days went by in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 5 days, the Dawnlight Party ceaselessly fought at night and rested during the day to recover their stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, not only did every party member level up to 163 and beyond, but the party also obtained over 200 combat secret treasures and over 1,000 common secret treasures. In addition, the party also obtained over 70 common purification techniques and 6 bronze purification techniques. Even after evenly distributing the loot, every party member still managed to fully equip themselves with combat secret treasures. "Brother Blackflame, I think I found the city's treasury." Sky Pivot, who was in the midst of scouting the city via his summons, suddenly said in the party chat, "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 35:12. Chapter 586, Level 1 80 Gorgon Queen. Chapter 35:12. Chapter 586, Level 180 Gorgon Queen. Chapter 586, Level 180 Gorgon Queen. The city's treasury? Did you really find it, leader? When the others in the Dawnlight Party heard Sky Pivot's words, they promptly perked up their ears, not wanting to miss out on anything important. They had gained a massive harvest in the past 5 days, which was easily more than they had gained over the past 2 months of exploration. If they were to show up in the current 7 Luminaries Town fully equipped in combat secret treasures, they would instantly become the center of attention. Not to mention, they could also use their excess secret treasures and mana purification techniques to trade with the 7 Luminaries Alliance. It should be known that the 7 Luminaries Alliance was incredibly wealthy. So long as they could provide sufficient secret treasures and mana purification techniques, they could even exchange legendary weapons and equipment. Of course, they wouldn't do such a thing, as they all belong to organizations. Obtaining secret treasures on the Western continent might be relatively easy, but it was a completely different situation on the Eternal Continent. On the current Eternal Continent, even a single common secret treasure could cause the various powers' core experts to lose their minds. If each of them were to bring back a haul of several hundred common secret treasures to their respective organizations, they would definitely cause a massive uproar. Not to mention, they would also be bringing back multiple combat secret treasures. However, if they were talking about the city's treasury, the harvest they obtained in the past 5 days would most likely be pitiful in comparison. In God's domain, Any city's treasury represented the entire city's wealth. The value of the items inside easily outstripped the items that monsters could drop. Simply acquiring a city's treasure could allow a power to prosper and grow stronger. I'm not entirely sure, Sky Pivot said after taking a deep breath. I found an underground chamber that's sealed by divine scripts and runes through my shadow rats. There are also 1,000 legendary ranked half-snaken chieftains and 100 regional boss-ranked half-snaken generals guarding the entrance. 8,000 chieftains and 100 generals? Heavens! Is this a nest of bosses? Splashing Fire gasped. Normally, it would take a team or party of highly skilled experts just to raid one regional boss. Moreover, regional bosses would typically only operate solo or with a group of underlings. It was simply unheard of for 100 regional bosses to be in the same location. If that's the case, the sealed chamber should be the city's treasury, Billowing Water said, feeling that Sky Pivot's judgment should be on the mark. It wasn't uncommon for the various powers to raid monster-infested cities. Meanwhile, the treasuries of these cities would usually be guarded by multiple bosses. The only difference between those cities and this nameless city was that this city's treasury had many, many more bosses guarding it. What should we do? Should we give it a try? Budding Leaf asked. Of course. Moon Bamboo stated firmly. Any city's treasury would contain an astronomical wealth, let alone a city left behind by a divine kingdom. The items contained in this nameless city's treasury would most likely be beyond measure. Shifeng also nodded in agreement with Moon Bamboo. Although he had already achieved his goal of coming to the plane of fallen gods, now that the opportunity to secure this nameless city's treasury was presented before him, he naturally had to give it a try. Okay, I'll lead the way. Sky Pivot stopped hesitating when he saw that everyone was in agreement. Nameless City, underground passage. Under Sky Pivot's lead, the party traversed the city's underground network without encountering any monsters and arrived at an underground plaza after just 3 short hours. Currently, though, the underground plaza that was the size of several sports stadiums was occupied by 10,000 holy race experts. And these experts were methodically eliminating the 100 half-snaken generals. Damn it! The holy race got here ahead of us. Splashing Fire softly cursed with a look of reluctance when he saw that all half-snaken chieftains were dead and the surviving half-snaken generals had little HP remaining. Had they arrived when the holy race was in a stalemate with the monsters, they could have still taken the opportunity to cause chaos or perhaps even cause both sides to suffer severe losses. But now that the battle's outcome had already been decided, they would have to face the wrath of 10,000 holy race experts. Moreover, they would have to do so while grounded this time. As expected of the holy race, their overall strength is far superior to that of human players, Shifeng thought as he observed the holy race experts in the underground plaza. In his previous life, holy race players were much stronger than human players on average. This wasn't simply because holy race players had access to holy power. Besides that, holy race players were also much better at utilizing their holy power than humans were at utilizing mana. In addition, the population of holy race players was much larger than human players. Now, seeing the holy race experts on the underground plaza, he gained a better understanding of the holy race's situation. It would seem that the holy race players weren't just stronger than human players on average. They also had a very obvious superiority in numbers regarding fifth-floor experts. Of the holy race teams gathered on the plaza, at least 10% of each team's members were at the 5th floor standard. On the human side, even the various apex powers would have difficulty fielding such teams. Aside from special exceptions, apex powers could only afford to have one 5th floor expert leading each of their 100-man elite teams on average. However, of the holy race players gathered on the plaza, The majority of them only came from ordinary powers among the holy race. At best, these powers were equivalent to the humans' ordinary hegemonic powers. What a coincidence, Pivot. You guys made it here as well. Suddenly, a wild and deep voice entered the ears of the Dawnlight Party's members. A moment later, a translucent silhouette appeared not far away from the team, and it belonged to none other than Fireball, the leader of the Fire Demon Party. You guys are as good at hiding as always, Fireball, Sky Pivot commented when he saw Fireball and the rest of the Fire Demon Party suddenly appearing out of nowhere. It's a pity that neither of us is fated to have this treasury. Even if you came when the fight just started, it wouldn't have mattered, Fireball said, nonchalantly shaking his head. Then he shifted his gaze toward an expressionless woman standing on the plaza and continued, "Do you see that beauty single-handedly suppressing a half-snake in general over there? So long as she's here, none of us stand a chance." "Is she very strong?" Billowing Water asked as she followed Fireball's gaze out of curiosity. "Strong." Fireball looked at Billowing Water in exasperation. The word strong doesn't come anywhere close to describing her. She was previously responsible for single-handedly annihilating the team led by one of 7 Luminaries Town's old monsters. That's not your average 20-man team we are talking about. That's one of the town's top 3 teams. Even the team's weakest member is at the half-step tier 6 standard. Yet, even the whole team working together failed to survive against that woman. Moreover, from what I heard, nobody on the team survived more than one move against her. She annihilated such a team by herself. Billowing Water was shocked. So she's Extreme Feather, the Angel of Death? When Moon Bamboo looked at the expressionless woman on the plaza, she disgruntledly said, "But so what if she is? How would we know if we can't gain anything if we don't give it a try? So long as the regional bosses die, the treasury's seal will be lifted. We are already inside a city zone. Once the seal is lifted, we can simply charge into the treasury, grab an item, teleport away with a random teleportation scroll, and quickly locate the exit. If we do that, how can she, a holy race player who can't use any skills or spells, catch up to us? Because holy race players utilized holy power instead of mana, they lacked the means to achieve instant teleportation. So long as their mana didn't get sealed, they could easily escape from Extreme Feather and the other holy race players. Oh, right. Fireball exclaimed in realization. How can I forget they lack the means to stop us from teleporting? So long as we use a random teleportation scroll, we can easily escape. Following Moon Bamboo's words, everyone present quickly came to a realization and simultaneously turned to the now unsealed treasury, excitement filling their eyes. While they might not be able to monopolize the entire treasury, they could still make a fortune if they could obtain some of the treasury's items. Immediately, Sky Pivot, Fireball, and everyone else took out a Tier 4 random teleportation scroll from their bags. They were ready to charge into the treasury and activate the scroll at a moment's notice. However, before Sky Pivot and the others could take action, a lithe figure with a serpent's tail suddenly slithered out of the unsealed treasury's doors. Upon seeing this lithe figure, everyone, including the holy race players intending to rush into the treasury, froze and shuddered. This was because the monster that came out of the treasury was nothing like the half-snaken monsters that guarded the treasury. Instead, it was a level 180, tier 6 divine monster, a Gorgon Queen. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3513, Chapter 587, Primordial Godkin. Chapter 3513, Chapter 587, Primordial Godkin, Chapter 587. Primordial Godkin, impossible. Why is a Primordial Godkin here? When Sky Pivot and Fireball saw the lithe figure that emerged from the treasury, their jaws dropped, and their minds couldn't help but doubt what their eyes were seeing. Gorgon Queen, primordial godkin, divine, level 180 HP? Gorgons were descendants of gods. However, they weren't particularly rare in the greater gods' domain. The Gorgon race even occupied an entire realm to themselves, and said realm was currently one of the 12 sanctuaries. In terms of life rating, the Gorgons were only slightly inferior to dragons and evenly matched with angels. Because of this, any Gorgon that successfully reached the Tier 6 Divine rank would instantly become an opponent that most Tier 6 players would actively avoid. As for Gorgon Queens, who inherited the bloodline of primordial gods, they were regarded as primordial godkins and possessed talent far above other Gorgons. Needless to say, Gorgon Queens were extraordinarily powerful. They were so powerful that one of them was even regarded as one of the greater gods' domain's 22 taboos. How dare you, insignificant ants, set your sights on my race's treasures? I will let all of you know the severity of your sins. The Gorgon Queen bellowed as she glared at the holy race players before her. Immediately afterward, an invisible ripple of energy spread from her. When the ripple spread across the plaza, nearly 90% of the holy race players on the underground plaza collapsed on the spot. Then, their bodies quickly turned to stone and disintegrated into dust. This abrupt development dumbfounded the remaining holy race players. It should be known that everyone present had seen Tier 6 divine monsters before. Yet, even with their experience, they still couldn't comprehend what they just witnessed. With only her gaze, the Gorgon Queen had erased nearly 10,000 Tier 5 experts. How could this even be within the realm of feasibility? What an incredible mental attack! Sherfong was greatly shocked when he saw the thousands of holy race experts turning to dust. He had slain Tier 6 Gorgons in his previous life, but none of them could even come close to matching the Gorgon Queen before him. With just one mental attack, the Gorgon Queen had annihilated all players whose concentration was under the Tier 6 intermediate standard. Moreover, this was only an AoE mental attack. Her single-target mental attacks would undoubtedly be much more powerful. Have fun by yourself. That Gorgon Queen isn't something my party can handle at this point. Firebull said to Sky Pivot before hurriedly activating his random teleportation scroll. When he saw how effortlessly the Gorgon Queen had annihilated thousands of holy race experts, he dared not remain in this place for even a moment longer. We're leaving as well, Sky Pivot promptly said in the party chat. All of us will be at risk of permanent death if that Gorgon Queen notices us. Hearing Sky Pivot's command, Moon Bamboo, Budding Leaf, Splashing Fire, and Billowing Water did not hesitate to activate the random teleportation scrolls in their hands. After seeing the Gorgon Queen's display of power, none dared to try their luck anymore. Mental attacks were largely similar to soul attacks in God's domain. In other words, mental attacks could be used to damage souls. Meanwhile, if players had their souls annihilated, they would have to bid goodbye to God's domain forever. With such high stakes, nobody would dare to bet whether the Gorgon Queen could annihilate their souls. The surviving holy race experts were no different in this regard, and many chose to retreat without hesitation. Damn it! Extreme Feather cursed angrily when she saw the other powers experts fleeing. Unfortunately, despite her anger, she could do nothing about this situation. We should quickly retreat as well, Miss Feather, a level 165 holy race expert anxiously advised when he saw the gloomy look on Extreme Feather. The surviving experts might be able to survive the Gorgon Queen's AoE mental attacks, but the Gorgon Queen definitely wasn't limited to such attacks. She undoubtedly possessed much stronger targeted mental attacks. As for whether they could resist these targeted mental attacks, only a fool would try to test it. After looking at her anxious subordinates, Extreme Feather gritted her teeth and said, "Everyone retreat!" Upon hearing Extreme Feather's call for retreat, the remaining Holy Race players sighed in relief. For a moment there, they had been incredibly worried Extreme Feather would command them to throw their lives away. Immediately, the surviving Holy Race players scattered and fled from the underground plaza, none daring to stay here even a moment longer. "You want to escape?" When the Gorgon Queen saw the Holy Race players fleeing, a contemptuous look appeared on her beautiful face. "Do you think I'll let you?" Moving her serpent tail, the Gorgon Queen slithered toward the remaining 1,000 or so Holy Race experts like a bolt of lightning. Every Holy Race expert she slithered past, turning to stone on the spot. The Gorgon Queen didn't have to lift even a finger to petrify the fleeing players. She simply wasn't an existence that Tier 5 players could hope to resist. "Let's give it a try," Shurfeng thought when he saw the Gorgon Queen hunting down the remaining Holy Race players. Immediately, he equipped the Mental Dominator title and charged toward the treasury. Even though he had never fought a Gorgon Queen before, he was still more or less aware of their capabilities. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that players would die on the first exchange if they didn't have sufficiently high concentration. Even if players possessed heaven-defying basic attributes, it still wouldn't matter. Normally, players would need to have Tier 6 advanced concentration at the very minimum to go up against a Tier 6 Gorgon Queen. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to stand before a Tier 6 Gorgon Queen, let alone fight one. They would simply be petrified on the spot. Currently, Shurfeng's concentration had already reached the Tier 6 advanced standard. If he utilized mental condensation, he could push it slightly above the average mark of the Tier 6 advanced standard. And once he factored in the Mental Dominator's tidal effect of weakening all mental attacks he received by 20%, he should have no trouble resisting the Gorgon Queen's targeted mental attacks. How dare he? Extreme Feather, in her escape, noticed Shurfeng charging for the treasury, and this discovery instantly filled her with rage. After all, it was evident that Shurfeng was utilizing them as distractions for the Gorgon Queen. Despicable ant. That's not a place you can set foot in. The Gorgon Queen also noticed Shurfeng's actions, and true rage colored her eyes for the first time. Immediately, she gave up chasing after the several dozen Holy Race experts before her and turned around to go after Shurfeng instead. Good. Extreme Feather inwardly celebrated when she saw the Gorgon Queen going away. Not once in her life had anybody dared to take advantage of her. If not for the threat of the Gorgon Queen, she would have definitely taken care of Shurfeng herself. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3514, Chapter 588, War Goddess vs. Gorgon Queen. Chapter 3514, Chapter 588, War Goddess vs. Gorgon Queen. Chapter 588, War Goddess vs. Gorgon Queen. The underground plaza was spacious, but Shurfeng would need more than 3 seconds to cross it and reach the treasury, thanks to his basic attributes having reached the Tier 6 standard. Despicable ant. Die. But when Shurfeng was only halfway to reaching the treasury, the Gorgon Queen suddenly appeared next to him as if she had just teleported, and she looked at him with a pair of eyes that seemed like it could pierce the soul and mesmerize anything in the world. At this moment, even while standing nearly 700 yards away, Extreme Feather could feel her soul shuddering. Without a doubt, the mental attack the Gorgon Queen used this time was on a completely different level than the one she used previously. In fact, the mental attack had instantly petrified the several dozen Holy Race experts within a 200-yard radius of the Gorgon Queen. However, what happened next caused Extreme Feather's eyes to go wide. Impossible! Extreme Feather couldn't help but doubt her eyes when she saw Shurfeng pausing for only a moment before continuing his charge toward the treasury. Based on her senses, Extreme Feather felt that there was a huge possibility the Gorgon Queen's second mental attack could petrify even her. The experts petrified by the Gorgon Queen also served as a good measurement. Each of those petrified experts possessed concentration at the Tier 6 intermediate standard. It was also why they had survived the Gorgon Queen's first mental attack, while those who only possessed Tier 6 basic concentration didn't. Now, though, these experts with Tier 6 intermediate concentration had died after merely getting struck by the ripples of the Gorgon Queen's second mental attack. Even though Extreme Feather had Tier 6 advanced concentration, she highly doubted she could survive if she were the target of such an attack. And even if she could survive it, she would most likely be put in a daze for a long time. Yet, what was up with Sherfone? Despite being the target of the Gorgon Queen's single-target mental attack, Sherfone only froze briefly before he resumed charging toward the treasury. He made it seem as if the Gorgon Queen's mental attack was only a tickle that only managed to distract him for a moment. The attack utterly failed to cause any substantial harm to him. At this moment, Extreme Feather wasn't the only one stunned by this outcome. The Gorgon Queen similarly did not expect her attack to have so little effect, and she was so surprised that she forgot to chase after Sherfone right away. As for Sherfone, he kept on dashing for the treasury with a frantically beating heart. Almost. For a moment there, Sherfone nearly had his consciousness dragged out of his body and lost control over his body. Fortunately, he had instinctively used the mental condensation technique taught to him by the primordial abyssal god at the very last moment, which, in turn, dragged his separating consciousness back into his body. Despicable ant, you won't get a second chance. When the Gorgon Queen saw Sherfone crossing the treasury's doors, a layer of gloom colored her beautiful face, and the temperature of her surroundings instantly rose by 100 degrees. Immediately, she slithered after Sherfone, rapidly reducing the distance between them. At the same time, she summoned 2 crescent blades into her hands and transformed them into an illusory behemoth that tried to devour Sherfone with its gaping maw. Upon seeing this scene, the escaping Holy Race experts shuddered in fear. The shock they experienced from witnessing this scene was also 100 times greater than when they saw the Gorgon Queen instantly killing thousands of their companions. A gold holy art, Extreme Feather gasped when she saw the illusory behemoth that was 1,000 meters tall. Holy arts were unique to Holy Race players. They were similar to the combat techniques of human players, and they could be categorized into 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. Holy arts were incredibly difficult to use. Because of this, players who could make use of bronze holy arts would already be considered experts among Holy Race players, while those who mastered a silver holy arts would be treated as core members if they joined a power. As for gold holy arts, they were so complex that even Extreme Feather had only mastered one thus far. However, in exchange for their complexity, gold holy arts were incredibly powerful, and Extreme Feather couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful one could be in the hands of a monster of the Gorgon Queen's caliber. War Goddess Summoning. Heroic Pledge. When Sherfone sensed the behemoth appearing behind him, he promptly activated the Feather of Oath skills without hesitation. He did not dare attempt to endure the Gorgon Queen's attack himself. Unlike everyone else present, he was the Gorgon Queen's primary target. When the Gorgon Queen summoned the illusory behemoth, she also launched a mental attack at him. In such a situation, he was already fortunate he could retain his consciousness. He didn't have any spare energy to retaliate against the illusory behemoth. Subsequently, a Tier 6 war goddess appeared between him and the illusory behemoth, and she stabbed at the behemoth with the spear she wielded, the weapon expanding in size as it closed in on the behemoth. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the entire underground plaza and created a hole through the roof of the plaza, the hole extending all the way to the surface. The explosion also gave everyone present a mild concussion. He blocked it when Extreme Feather saw Feng standing inside the treasury unharmed. She couldn't help but be greatly shocked. She never thought the Gorgon Queen would fail to kill Feng time and again. Moreover, even the war goddess summoned by Feng had only stumbled a few steps back after blocking the Gorgon Queen's attack. 1 item, 2 items, 3 items. In the blink of an eye, Feng had already moved several items from the treasury into his bag space, the sight causing the Gorgon Queen's gaze to turn even colder. Despicable ant! Do you think a war goddess is enough to stop me? The Gorgon Queen bellowed. Disappear from this world. After saying so, the Gorgon Queen began chanting an incantation composed using an ancient language, her voice echoing throughout the entire Nameless City. Immediately afterward, both the Nameless City's mana and holy power began gathering around the Gorgon Queen. Tier 6 super spell, Chaos Spear. When Feng sensed the frightening amount of energy gathered around the Gorgon Queen, he understood that he was about to overstay his welcome. Immediately, he took out a Tier 4 random teleportation scroll and used it to teleport out of the Nameless City. However, even after teleporting out of the treasury, Feng still wasn't assured, and he promptly used world-breaking teleportation to return to the Eternal Continent's Crystal City of Secrets, thoroughly vanishing from the Western continent. At the same time Feng disappeared from the treasury, the Gorgon Queen also finished the final verse of her incantation. Subsequently, a spear radiating the aura of death formed in her hand, and she threw the spear at the location where Feng previously stood in the treasury. When the Chaos Spear arrived at where Feng disappeared from, it traced the spatial ripples in the area and instantly appeared at the location where Feng had randomly teleported to. Immediately afterward, it followed the spatial ripples there and disappeared once again. The next time the Chaos Spear appeared, it had already arrived above the Crystal City of Secrets. Following its appearance, a mighty aura of death enveloped the entire Crystal City, causing all players within the city to shudder in shock and fear. Before the Crystal City's players could react, the Chaos Spear fell from the sky. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3515, Chapter 589, King's Treasure. Chapter 3515, Chapter 589, King's Treasure. Chapter 589, King's Treasure. What's going on? Someone's actually attacking the Crystal City. What? Chaos Spear. Who's using a Tier 6 super spell on the city? It's over. We're all done for. When the Chaos Spear's dominating aura spread across the Crystal City of Secrets, many of the city's players failed to recognize the super spell, and they couldn't help but fall into confusion and bewilderment. As for the players who did recognize the Chaos Spear, fear and despair overwhelmed them. Chaos Spear, a Tier 6 super spell known for rivaling the attacks of ancient gods. One strike from a Chaos Spear could obliterate an entire city and its surrounding region. Even Tier 6 MTs, with their life-saving skills activated, would get killed on the spot if struck by a Chaos Spear. In the current situation where none of the Crystal City's players had even reached Tier 6, there was a considerable chance the Chaos Spear could annihilate everyone's souls, permanently removing them from God's domain. However, before anyone could think of a response, the Chaos Spear had already made contact with the city's defensive magic array. Boom! A deafening thunder shook the sky, and a powerful impact spread across a radius of several dozen kilometers. The sky also shattered like glass, making it seem like Armageddon had arrived. However, when the thunder dissipated, both the Crystal City and its inhabitants remained intact, and the players in the city couldn't help but look up in disbelief. This was because what originally should have been a devastating attack ended up getting neutralized by the countless divine scripts that hovered above the city. The Chaos Spear didn't even cause the city to vibrate, let alone damage any of the city's infrastructure. All the Tier 6 super spell managed to accomplish was put on a flashy fireworks show. That was close. Feng sighed in relief when he saw the shattered sky above the city. If he hadn't chosen to teleport back to the Crystal City using the Abyss Workshop certification right away, he would have absolutely died at the Gorgon Queen's hands. He had personally witnessed the strength of primordial godkins in his previous life. Random teleportation scrolls might work against the average Tier 6 divine monster, but the concept of distance was of little significance to a monster of the Gorgon Queen's caliber. It was also why so many experts had died at the hands of the Greater God's Domain's 22 taboos. Similar to the space-crossing attack he had previously executed in the miniature ancient world, the only way to stop the Gorgon Queen's attack would be to block it. Fortunately, he had the Crystal City of Secrets to fall back on. The Crystal City of Secrets was one of the Eternal Continent's 7 great cities. In his previous life, the Crystal City stood firm even in the face of the Holy Race's all-out invasion. Apart from a large number of powers and experts operating in the city itself also had various defensive measures created by ancient gods. Even if a group of ancient gods were to attack the city, it would take them a considerable amount of time to tear down the city's defenses. While Feng was feeling relieved, the rest of the Crystal City erupted into chaos. Everyone started discussing the Chaos Spear that attacked the city and the Crystal City's defensive measures that stopped the Chaos Spear. Many powers also promptly mobilized their forces to investigate why the Crystal City would be suddenly subjected to such a powerful attack. In God's domain, NPC cities might face occasional monster hordes and siege battles for no reason, but they would never be subjected to an ancient god's attack out of the blue. After all, existences capable of launching such attacks all stood at the apex of God's domain. Even a simple action from these existences would be considered a major event, let alone launching a direct attack on the Crystal City of Secrets. It should be known that the Crystal City had many Tier 6 NPCs garrisoning it. Moreover, these weren't your average Tier 6 NPCs. Even the weakest among them was equipped with a legendary equipment set, paired with the city's magic array. Even Tier 6 saint-ranked experts shouldn't think of stirring up a scene in the city. While the Crystal City's various powers were frantically investigating the unexpected event, Feng quietly returned to Zero Wing's residence. The residence had undergone significant changes while Feng was away. Not only were there many more guild members coming and going from the residence, but the equipment standard of these guild members had also improved substantially, with many of them having 2 or 3 common secret treasures equipped. Compared to most of the Crystal City's experts, who only had 1 common secret treasure equipped, Zero Wing's members were in a vastly better state. They were already close to matching the various pseudo-Apex Powers members. You newcomers have some good luck. Boss Fury's group will be coming along with us to the underground Crystal Palace this time, and they'll be taking us to explore the Level 165 zone. The Level 165 zone? I heard that only the various pseudo-Apex Powers elite teams can grind there right now, and they've also found quite a few extraordinary secret treasures already. It seems you all are well informed. For your information, Boss Fury's group has already located a boss. If we can successfully raid it, our guild might get its very first extraordinary secret treasure. Zero Wing will become the 6th guild to own an extraordinary secret treasure at that time. Everyone involved in the raid will earn a ton of GCPs. Currently, a team of players was gathered in the residence's courtyard, and one of the guild's veteran members proudly introduced the objectives of the team's upcoming operation, the veteran members' words stirring the excitement and expectation of the guild's new members. Ever since the first extraordinary secret treasure appeared in the underground Crystal Palace, every power operating in the Crystal City had ramped up their efforts in exploring the secret land. However, even until now, only a few teams could explore the secret land's Level 165 zone. A team not only required players with sufficiently high combat and equipment standards to raid the level 165 zone's bosses, but it also needed enough players capable of blocking the boss's attacks. Otherwise, the more fragile members of the team would get annihilated in no time. Currently, only a handful of teams operating in the Crystal City could accomplish such a feat. So long as Zero Wing could do so, the guild would have a stable source of extraordinary secret treasures in the future. Sixth, Shi Feng couldn't help but smile when he overheard the conversation of the players in the courtyard. It seems Fury and the others are making great progress. The underground Crystal Palace's level 165 zone was already an area where only Tier 6 players could delve in. Apart from the various pseudo-apex powers, it would be incredibly difficult for any other power to explore the level 165 zone at this time. The fact that Zero Wing could already begin exploring the level 165 zone showed that the guild's teams could already rival the various pseudo-apex powers teams. If Desolate Fury and the others could successfully explore the level 165 and acquire an extraordinary secret treasure, Zero Wing would become an attractive choice for the Eternal Realm's various independent experts. It would undoubtedly elevate the guild's status to a whole new level. Zero Wing also wouldn't need to rely on the secret crystal trading firm's privileges to retain its members anymore. After Shi Feng entered the guild hall, he made his way to an underground secret room and activated the room's defensive barrier. It was to prevent players outside the room from affecting or spying on the situation inside. I took such a big risk this time. I even had to return ahead of time. Let's hope the treasury's items won't be too disappointing. After taking a deep breath, Shi Feng opened his bag space and took out the 5 items he looted from the Nameless City's treasury. As soon as Shi Feng took out the 5 items, the space within the room began to shake, and cracks appeared in the room's defensive barrier. At the same time, streams of eternal energy began flowing out of the void and into the room. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3516, Chapter 590, Promoting the Frostflame Phantom Dragon. Chapter 3516, Chapter 590, Promoting the Frostflame Phantom Dragon. Chapter 590, Promoting the Frostflame Phantom Dragon. What dense eternal energy! Shi Feng was stunned by the huge streams of eternal energy flowing out of the void. Previously, when the Dawnlight Party killed the half-Snaken general on the plane of fallen gods, the eternal energy that the regional bosses' loot gathered was already very astonishing. However, compared to the phenomenon before him, it was utterly insignificant. It should be known that the secret room's defensive barrier could withstand attacks from Tier 5 players. Yet, the barrier was cracking simply from the eternal energy in the room. In addition, when he inhaled, he could feel a refreshing feeling spreading throughout his mind and body. However, Shi Feng didn't dwell on this phenomenon for long as he quickly appraised the 5 items. He worried that the room's barrier might break if he wasted any more time. If that happened, the situation inside the room would become exposed. After taking about a minute to appraise the 5 items, Shi Feng couldn't help but be stunned once again. No wonder that Gorgon Queen tried so desperately to kill me. After seeing the items he had looted, Shi Feng quickly understood why the Gorgon Queen looked so incensed when she saw him looting the treasury. If he were in the Gorgon Queen's shoes, he too would probably wish for nothing more than to kill the thief. Of the 5 items he looted, 4 were incredibly rare, fragmented divine artifact rank materials, and they were 2 bottles of divine water of life and 2 bottles of soul essence. Divine water of life was the superior version of the water of life. Not only could it be used to resurrect dead NPCs, but it could also enhance the essence of NPCs. Its only downside was that players couldn't use it. Regardless, it was an item that had disappeared since the ancient era, and he had only learned about it through records found in the Grand Library. But if he were to put a value on the divine water of life, each bottle should be worth one legendary weapon at the very least. As for soul essence, it was an item with only one purpose: to give players who had suffered permanent deaths in God's domain a second chance to enter God's domain. It was a simple purpose, but it was one that all players in God's domain highly coveted. Although each player could only use soul essence once in their lifetimes, its value still matched that of fragmented divine artifacts. As for the fifth item, Sure Foam, looted, it was a consumable, or more specifically, it was a potion produced by a craftsman alchemist, the elixir of fortune. So long as players drank the potion, their luck, a hidden attribute, would be increased significantly for 24 hours. Looking at the divine water of life, soul essence, and elixir of fortune, Sure Foam suddenly got goosebumps. It should be known that he had only gotten past the treasury's doors and stopped at the outermost section. Moreover, he had only randomly looted 5 items from the outermost section. However, from what he managed to see, the treasury was at least the size of a sports stadium, and he saw many more items similar to the 5 he looted present in the treasury. In his previous life, when Zero Wing captured an ancient holy city, the combined value of the items Zero Wing obtained from the holy city's treasury couldn't even come close to the 5 items before him. Yet, these 5 items only comprised a small portion of the items stored in the stadium-sized treasury. But before Sure Foam could recover his senses, a series of system notifications suddenly rang in his ears. System: a Gorgon Queen has cursed you. System: the Gorgon Queen's curse will cause part of your soul to dissipate with each death you suffer. While this curse is in effect, the Gorgon Queen will also be alerted to your presence, so long as you get within 1,000 yards of the king's treasury. How ruthless! Sure Foam couldn't help but be flabbergasted when he saw the notifications. Although he had already guessed that the treasury's origins were extraordinary, he didn't expect to suffer such severe consequences from looting it. The Gorgon Queen's curse ensured he would lose a portion of his immortal soul with each death he suffered. This meant that from now onward, even normal deaths would gradually push him toward a permanent death in God's domain. Moreover, even if he exhausted his immortal soul and resurrected it using soul essence, the curse still wouldn't disappear. The only way he could get rid of it was by killing the curse's caster. Even if it were in his previous life, the feat of slaying a Tier 6 primordial godkin was something he would have to mobilize the entirety of Zero Wing's strength. It simply wasn't a task he could complete by himself. However, Sure Foam quickly got over his shock and shifted his attention toward the 2 bottles of divine water of life. Divine water of life was labeled as one of the 3 divine liquids in God's domain, and it could elevate the life rating of any creature except players to the extremes. Items such as the fruit of life and the 7 luminaries fruit were nothing in comparison to the divine water of life. During his previous life, Sure Foam had seen a personal guard who had been enhanced using the divine water of life. The personal guard in question was also one of the only 5 advanced legendary guards that existed in the entire Greater Gods domain. Normally, the various powers executives could, at best, recruit epic-ranked NPCs to serve as their personal guards. Meanwhile, when developed to their full potential, epic guards could closely match 4 winged Valkyries of the same tier. As for legendary guards, not even the various apex powers would dare think of recruiting one. This was because every legendary guard could rival gods of the same tier when fully developed. As for advanced legendary guards, they were existences on par with ancient gods, though, in the eyes of players, they were even more challenging to deal with than ancient gods. This was because personal guards had a much easier time obtaining weapons and equipment than players. Meanwhile, an advanced legendary guard could potentially equip themselves fully with divine weapons and equipment, and once they managed to do so, their combat prowess would be on par with primordial gods. Meanwhile, all 5 advanced legendary guards in Shifeng's previous life were fully equipped with divine weapons and equipment. Because of this, even the various apex powers had to treat the owners of these personal guards with respect. Normally, advanced legendary guards were born with their rank. It wasn't a realm that personal guards could achieve by relying on external items. The divine water of life was the only exception. It was also because one of the 5 advanced legendary guards had come into existence by relying on the divine water of life that the various powers were made aware of its existence. Only, apart from the owner of the artificial advanced legendary guard, nobody else knew how to obtain the divine water of life. I don't have any personal guards with great potential right now, so I can only gamble on it, Shifeng thought as he took out the ancient oath. Flying mounts might not be comparable to personal guards in combat power, but they were much more useful than personal guards. This was because even if a flying mount died, it could be resurrected limitlessly without using water of life. Previously, the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon had already become an advanced legendary flying mount after undergoing a mutation. If it could achieve further improvements, it would greatly benefit him. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng summoned the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon inside the secret room. Then, to ensure his success, he fed both bottles of divine water of life to the Phantom Dragon. Upon consuming the 2 bottles of light blue liquid, the Phantom Dragon let out a resounding roar, and its body began radiating a multicolored brilliance. For a moment, it looked like the Phantom Dragon was transforming into a dragon of light. Its size also started to grow at a visible rate. 10 seconds later, the Phantom Dragon had grown to a length of 100 meters. If not for the secret room having an adjustable space, it would have been impossible for the room to fit the Phantom Dragon. After 1 full minute had passed, the multicolored brilliance radiated by the Phantom Dragon dissipated, revealing a body that measured 300 meters in length. The Phantom Dragon was several times larger than before, and its every action caused the secret room's space to tremble. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3517, Chapter 591, Frightening Divine Flying Mount. Chapter 3517, Chapter 591, Frightening Divine Flying Mount. Chapter 591, Frightening Divine Flying Mount. TL notes: please regard all instances of divine dragons in the main story as sacred dragons from now on. Did it reach Tier 5? Shifeng couldn't help but be surprised when he felt faint pressure coming from the Frostflame Phantom Dragon. This was something he had not experienced even when he faced the half-snake in general. Moreover, the Frostflame Phantom Dragon no longer looked like a flying mount, but rather an actual dragon instead. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng hurriedly checked the pendant in his hand. He wanted to check to what extent the Frostflame Phantom Dragon had been upgraded. Unlike other items that raised the user's life rating, the Divine Water of Life did not have a usage limit. So long as one had enough Divine Water of Life, one could continuously use it to improve a creature's potential to the extremes. Only the higher a creature's potential, the more Divine Water of Life would be needed to improve its potential. Ancient Oath can be used to summon a divine-ranked Tier 5 Frostflame Dragon as a partner to fly and fight freely in the sky. If the Frostflame Dragon dies, it will need 60 natural days to return to life. Additional effect: grants the Ancient Oath's wielder 15% of the Frostflame Dragon's basic attributes. A Tier 5 divine-ranked dragon? The stats that appeared before Shifeng stunned him momentarily. Be it flying mounts that were pure-blooded dragons or divine flying mounts, both were things he had only ever heard about through rumors thus far. As for a divine flying mount that also happened to be a dragon, this was the first time he had ever heard of one existing. Flying mounts could be categorized into 4 major ranks: common, extraordinary, legendary, and divine. These ranks represented a flying mount's potential. It also represented the difficulty of upgrading their tiers. Generally, a legendary flying mount would have a chance of getting promoted to Tier 6, while advanced legendary flying mounts would have a considerable chance of getting promoted to Tier 6. As for divine flying mounts, they were fated to get promoted to Tier 6. In other words, he was now in possession of a dragon that was fated to reach Tier 6. If news of this spread, it would absolutely shake the entire greater God's domain. Dragons were an apex race in God's domain, and their average life rating was essentially unmatched at the same tier. Even the average Tier 6 dragon could closely rival Tier 6 gods in combat power. So, having a dragon as a flying mount would undoubtedly make him envied by all players. In addition, the existence of flying mounts was akin to tools. So, unlike NPCs and contracted beasts, the concept of a true death did not exist for flying mounts, and they could be summoned limitlessly. Players also wouldn't have to go out of their way to level up their flying mounts, as mounts leveled with their owners. More importantly, players would get to share a portion of their flying mount's basic attributes, and any player would drool over a dragon class bonus. This was because what made dragons strong was their heaven-defying basic attributes, and their basic attributes far outclassed monsters of the same tier. It should be known that monsters already possessed far greater basic attributes than players in general. The disparity was so significant that even if players equipped themselves with top-tier weapons and equipment, they would still be slightly behind monsters of the same level and tier in basic attributes. Yet, dragons possessed even greater basic attributes than the average monster, with a Tier 5 dragon having the basic attributes of a Tier 6 monster of the same level. So, one could only imagine the basic attributes one could obtain from a dragon/flying mount. With this, I can probably fight the Western continent's Tier 6 divine monsters, even without getting promoted to Tier 6. When Shi Feng looked at his attribute panel and saw the numbers listed, he couldn't help but feel as if he were dreaming. Even though he was only receiving 15% of the Tier 5 Frostflame Dragon's basic attributes, the bonus was already enough to put his basic attributes on par with a Tier 5 expert equipped with a full set of legendary equipment. A full set of legendary equipment. For most players, owning a full set of legendary equipment was something they could only dream of achieving. Even the various apex powers chosen, ones wouldn't necessarily get to enjoy such a benefit. This was because a Tier 6 expert fully equipped with legendary equipment would be strong enough to match Tier 6 gods. Assigning such valuable equipment to Tier 5 players would be an utter waste. Such behavior would be beyond extravagant, and very few powers would be foolish enough to do such a thing. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng pulled up his contacts and called Gentle Snow. When the call connected, Gentle Snow couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in surprise and ask, "You're back already, guild leader?" Previously, Shi Feng had already informed her through the real world that he was currently visiting the Forbidden Zone's western continent, and stated that they shouldn't try to contact him unless it was an emergency. As for the Eternal Realm's western continent, Gentle Snow had more or less learned about it from Shi Feng. So, she knew that while the western continent had many more opportunities available than the Eternal Continent, it was also filled with much greater dangers. She also heard from Shi Feng that the Western Continent was infested with Holy Race players, so he couldn't afford even a moment's carelessness. Something unexpected happened, so I made a trip back first, Shi Feng said, nodding. I'm planning to bring some of Zero Wing's members with me when I go there again. So have Qianlu and the others quickly gather in the guild residence. Now, Gentle Snow hesitated to comply with Shi Feng's orders. We are currently exploring the underground Crystal Palace's Level 165 zone. We are also planning to raid a regional boss once our reinforcements arrive. If we leave now, we will miss this precious opportunity. It's fine. At most, you'll miss out on an extraordinary secret treasure. In a definitive tone, Shi Feng said, "Just tell Fury and the others that I have different arrangements for you all, and you won't be exploring with them for the time being." Zero Wing might be exploring the underground Crystal Palace's Level 165 zone currently, but this expedition was led by Desolate Furies and Scarecrow Fox's groups. The expedition didn't only consist of Zero Wing's members. Ultimately, the boss's loot would have to be distributed based on contributions, and not all would go to Zero Wing. Not to mention, compared to the underground Crystal Palace and the rest of the Eternal Continent, the Western Continent was of vastly greater importance. So, he planned to bring some of Zero Wing's members to develop them on the Western Continent. Otherwise, others might say that Zero Wing lacked capable combatants and could only rely on joining forces with other powers to achieve its current standards. "All right, then. I'll inform them immediately," Gentle Snow replied, as she stopped hesitating. Then, she promptly informed Su Qianlu and the others on the expedition team about Shi Feng's orders. Meanwhile, when Su Qianlu, Hidden Soul, and the others heard about Shi Feng's command, they swiftly returned to the residence, abandoning their exploration of the Level 165 zone. As for Desolate Furies and Scarecrow Fox's groups, although they were confused by Shi Feng's decision, they didn't make any comments about it. After all, this was Zero Wing's private affair, and they were merely Zero Wing's collaborators. Zero Wing's residence, Guild Leader's office. "Why did you summon us back in such a hurry? Guild Leader? Did something happen?" Hidden Soul, who had already chosen to become a member of Zero Wing thoroughly, asked as she looked at Shi Feng. "The various powers are in the midst of competing for the Level 165 zone's regional bosses to give their members a better chance of getting promoted to Tier 6. Isn't it a waste for us to give up like this?" It wasn't easy for players to get promoted to Tier 6 in God's domain. Not to mention, the strength of the divine body created would also influence players' strength in the future. Because of this, the various powers were currently looking for ways to improve their experts' chances of getting promoted to Tier 6 with a powerful divine body, and extraordinary secret treasures were one of the more effective methods that could be used to accomplish this goal. Meanwhile, once the various powers' experts created a sufficiently strong divine body, they could promptly get promoted to Tier 6 and capture ownerless settlements occupied by divine monsters. This, in turn, would grant the various powers unimaginable advantages and wealth. Yet, even though Zero Wing also had an opportunity to secure such advantages and wealth, they had actively abandoned it. Looking at Hidden Soul's slightly angry expression, Shi Feng smiled and retrieved a book from his bag space, asking, "Extraordinary secret treasures might be important, but what do you think of this item?" The book was none other than the bronze mana purification technique he had obtained from grinding in the Nameless City with the Dawnlight Party. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3518, Chapter 592, Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique. Chapter 3518, Chapter 592, Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique. Chapter 592, Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique. A mana purification technique. Hidden Soul couldn't help but grow confused when she saw Shi Feng taking out a book. However, upon inspecting the book, whether it was Hidden Soul or Gentle Snow and the others, everyone was surprised. There existed very few methods that players could rely on to improve the strength of their mana in God's domain. Typically, they could only rely on the effects of special weapons and equipment to do so. However, every one of these items was worth a fortune. If the weapon or equipment happened to be at the fragmented legendary rank, it would be worth more than even the average legendary weapon and equipment. Yet, Now, a mana purification technique could accomplish the same result as one of those valuable items, and the effects were even permanent. The technique completely shattered their knowledge of God's domain. Moreover, the bronze mana purification technique before them was simply heaven-defying. It could actually elevate the strength of their mana by 1 tier, instantly granting them access to mana that was typically only available to Tier 6 players. Where did you get this thing? Guild leader? Gentle Snow couldn't help but ask. Mana was the foundation of human players. Meanwhile, the stronger their mana, the easier a time they would have when constructing their divine bodies. It was also why the various powers were desperately looking to obtain extraordinary secret treasures before having their experts get promoted to Tier 6. Otherwise, with the wealth the various powers possessed, even the average upper-ranking hegemonic power could have produced a group of Tier 6 experts by now. They wouldn't have needed to bother hunting for high-ranking secret treasures. However, even in the case of extraordinary secret treasures, a player would need to be fully equipped with them to elevate their mana's strength from Tier 5 to Tier 6. The Western continent, Shifeng frankly stated, "This is also why I called all of you back." The Western continent. Hidden Soul's gaze grew passionate when she heard Shifeng's answer. If we can secure a large number of these bronze purification techniques, Zero Wing will absolutely become the #1 guild in the Crystal City, or possibly even the whole Eternal Realm. Having stronger mana meant being able to construct stronger Tier 6 divine bodies. Compared to the bronze purification technique, extraordinary secret treasures were greatly inferior. Don't get excited too early. Bronze mana techniques aren't so easy to obtain. I'm only taking you there to try our luck, Shifeng said, shaking his head and chuckling when he saw everyone's excitement. The drop rate for bronze purification techniques was incredibly low, even in the Nameless City. After grinding with the Dawnlight Party for 5 days, he had only received 1 for his share. It was simply impossible for Zero Wing to distribute bronze purification techniques to its members in large quantities. The only reason he was bringing along Hidden Soul and the others was so that they could try their luck before the upcoming city battle began. After all, he had promised Red Frost to help her recover her peak strength before the city battle, and a common purification technique was probably not enough to let her do so. A bronze purification technique would be needed at the very least. Subsequently, everyone split up to make the necessary preparations as they waited for the Abyss Workshop Certification's world-breaking teleportation to come off cooldown. Then, as soon as the skill was ready, Shifeng brought Hidden Soul and the other core members of Zero Wing to the Western Continent's Nameless City. After 12 hours had passed, the Nameless City had already recovered its initial calm. Such rich eternal energy. I feel like if I could train here for a long time, reaching the 5th floor standard would no longer be a dream. The instant Hidden Soul and the others arrived in the Nameless City, they felt invigorated. As for Wu Xiaoxiao and Midsummer, who had experienced the 100 refinement building in the past, they found the Nameless City's environment incredibly familiar. We're limited on time. I'll aggro the monsters while you all find opportunities to deal damage, Shifeng said as he looked at the intoxicated members of his team. After saying so, Shifeng leaped several hundred yards away and charged toward the nearest half-snaken monster. At the same time, he took out the Feather of Oath and summoned 6 Tier 5 war goddesses to fight alongside him. Unlike before, he no longer intended to hold back when fighting the half-snaken monsters. Previously, when he was grinding with the Dawnlight Party, everyone in the party needed to share the loot they obtained. Had he expended 7 Luminaries crystals to summon war goddesses back then, he would have incurred a huge deficit. But now that everyone on his team was a core member of Zero Wing, all of the loot would belong to Zero Wing, so he naturally didn't need to continue conserving his strength. Meanwhile, with the help of the 6 Tier 5 war goddesses, Shifeng was able to kill the half-snaken monsters several times faster than the Dawnlight Party, even without the help of Hidden Soul and the others. Needless to say, the efficiency increased even further when Zero Wings members joined in. Although Zero Wings members initially suffered a lot against the half-snake monster's mental attacks, thanks to the Six War Goddesses' assistance, they never got into life-threatening situations. And because of the monster's loot, everyone's morale grew as they fought. Normally, they would need to kill hundreds of monsters in the underground Crystal Palace for a common secret treasure to drop. In comparison, they would see one dropping here every dozen or so half-snakeskin monsters they killed. They would even occasionally see combat secret treasures dropping. It should be known that combat secret treasures were normally only dropped by regional bosses in the underground Crystal Palace. The chances of normal monsters dropping it were close to zero. Combat secret treasures were so rare that even until now, Gentle Snow was the only one fully equipped with combat secret treasures. Moreover, it was the Ice Crystal secret treasure set that Zero Wing had obtained quite some time ago. As for everyone else present, they only had 2 combat secret treasures equipped, with the rest of their kit comprising common secret treasures. Even so, they could already rank among the upper echelon of experts in the Crystal City. When one half-snake in general was about to die, Shifeng took out the elixir of fortune and drank it. Then, he promptly ended the legendary regional boss's life. Is that an advanced bronze purification technique? Shifeng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw mist-like eternal energy gathering around a book the half-snake in general dropped. He hadn't been hoping for much when he used the elixir of fortune. He only hoped to obtain 1 or 2 bronze purification techniques before the city battle. After all, he couldn't afford to grind for 5 straight days this time. Going by past experience, common purification techniques could increase the density of the surrounding eternal energy by several times when initially dropped, while bronze purification techniques could make the surrounding eternal energy vaguely visible to the naked eye. Currently, though, the mana purification technique the half-snake in general dropped had turned the surrounding eternal energy into a mist-like state. There was no doubt it was the advanced bronze purification technique currently sought by all of 7 Luminaries Town's players. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3519, Chapter 593, 15 cities arrive. Chapter 3519, Chapter 593, 15 cities arrive. Chapter 593, 15 cities arrive. Is this advanced bronze purification technique precious, guild leader? Hidden Soul asked when she saw Shifeng, looking visibly moved as he picked up a book from the ground. They had already obtained several mana purification techniques from killing only a few hundred half-snake monsters, so it didn't seem like mana purification techniques were as rare as Shifeng made them out to be. Precious. Shifeng couldn't help but feel exasperated when he saw Hidden Soul's calm reaction. Would you believe me if I said this is possibly the first advanced bronze purification technique found on the entire Western continent? Based on Sky Pivot's claims, advanced bronze purification techniques could only be obtained from the primordial demon's necropolis, a world mode regional dungeon. World mode regional dungeons were off-limits to non-Tier 6 players, and even Tier 6 experts would face a considerable chance of death. Normally, Tier 6 players would have to operate in 20-man teams at the very least to ensure their safety. Yet, now, they had obtained an advanced bronze purification technique without having to set foot into a place as dangerous as the primordial demon's necropolis. If the 7 Luminaries Alliance were to learn of this, it would probably get the urge to strangle them. First, hearing Shifeng's words, Hidden Soul took out a book she had looted from a Tier 4 mythic-ranked half-snake warrior, and happily said, "Then mine here should be the second one." As soon as the book Hidden Soul took out was exposed to the surrounding environment, it promptly attracted eternal energy from its surroundings and the density of the gathered eternal energy was comparable to what surrounded the book the half-snake in general dropped. Seeing Hidden Soul's elated look, Sherfong couldn't help but fall silent. He had only obtained an advanced bronze purification technique after using the precious elixir of fortune. Yet, Hidden Soul had acquired one without the help of a similar item. Moreover, it would seem that she had acquired it before he did. Of course, Sherfong didn't find the situation completely unreasonable. The nameless city, for the most part, remained unexplored. So, the monster's loot drop rate should be higher than normal, and this should be applied to advanced bronze mana purification techniques as well. Guild leader. Several holy race teams are advancing in our direction from the east. Sleeping Quicksand, who was observing the surroundings using the Eyes of God spell, suddenly reported, "They'll reach us in 10 seconds. We have limited time. Don't engage them," Sherfong stated. "We'll head to the central region where there are more monsters. Quicksand, use Mirage Enchantment on the team." The Oracle class wasn't just a healing class. It was also a powerful support class. Not to mention, Sleeping Quicksand was conferred the title of Saintess by the Seven Luminaries Alliance in his previous life. Back then, she was considered one of the 10 strongest experts in the past century. Currently, although Sleeping Quicksand had yet to fully develop her potential, she was already close to reaching the 5th floor standard after honing herself in the Eternal Realm. Her concentration had also reached the Tier 6 intermediate standard already, so it wasn't difficult for her to cast Mirage Enchantment, a Tier 4 spell, on a team of less than 20 players. Meanwhile, with the help of Mirage Enchantment concealing everyone's presence and the 6 war goddesses clearing the way, the team shook off the pursuing holy race players in no time. Then, they swiftly made their way deeper into the nameless city. Subsequently, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the help of the 6 war goddesses, Zero Wing's team killed far more half-snaken monsters in one day than the Dawnlight Party did in 5 days. Everyone on the team also reached level 165, placing them at the top of the Western continent. Guild leader. A call came in from Vice President Xia in the real world. She says the 15 cities will reach Star Lake City in less than 12 hours. Even if Star Lake City accelerates to buy time, it will take those cities no more than 20 hours to surround Star Lake City. Hidden Soul reported to Sherfong after seeing him finish off a half-snake in general. Also, Vice President Xia says she has already delivered the god crystals you need. Finally, I thought she wouldn't make it in time. Sherfong sighed in relief at the news. Tally the loot and have everyone log off to rest. After making the deal with Red Frost, Sherfong had promptly contacted Xia Qingying, hoping that she could utilize the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's trade network to purchase god crystals in bulk for him. Although he had tried to purchase god crystals in the Crystal City of Secrets via Zero Wing, the various powers regarded god crystals as a strategic resource and refused to sell any of their stockpiles. Not to mention, god crystals were as rare as fragmented legendary items. So, even after many days of effort, Zero Wing had only collected a little over 30 god crystals. Moreover, all of them were acquired from independent players at the astronomical price of 1 combat secret treasure per 2 god crystals. However, that still wasn't enough god crystals for his purposes. Each attempt to learn an intermediate divine engraving from the Book of Eternity cost 50 god crystals. With the god crystals he had on hand, he couldn't even afford 1 learning attempt. Not to mention, he also needed to save a few god crystals so that he could utilize the Feather of Oath's heroic pledge in case of emergencies. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he chose to purchase god crystals from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce through Xia Qingying at the price of 20 eternal gold coins per god crystal. Last he was informed, Xia Qingying had successfully purchased at least 200 god crystals from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. essentially spending most of the profits the secret crystal trading firm generated thus far. And after factoring in the guild's daily expenditure, Sure Foam was left with little to no money. "Leave it to me." Hidden Soul happily responded and began collecting the items on the ground. After about 10 minutes, Hidden Soul finished organizing the team's loot and handed Sure Foam a list. "Here is a list of all the loot we obtained after entering the Nameless City, Guild Leader," Hidden Soul said as she looked at her own copy of the list excitedly. "Thus far, we have collected 1,227 common secret treasures, 232 combat secret treasures, 143 common purification techniques, 26 bronze purification techniques, and 10 advanced bronze purification techniques. We already have enough purification techniques to outfit a 100-man team." Although Sure Foam already had a general idea of how much loot they had acquired, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the actual numbers. Setting aside the secret treasures, just the 26 bronze purification techniques and 10 advanced bronze purification techniques they obtained would already be enough to cause the entire 7 Luminaries town to go crazy. At this point, Sure Foam didn't even dare imagine how terrifying a Team Zero wing could develop if it managed to digest all of these bronze and advanced bronze purification techniques. It should be known that any player who successfully learned a bronze purification technique would be publicly recognized as a half-step Tier 6 player in 7 Luminaries town. Such players could even match Tier 6 players on the Eternal Continent. As for players who successfully learned an advanced bronze purification technique, although Sure Foam didn't have any references to go by, he was certain that such players would be at the half-step Tier 6 standard at the very least. And if Zero Wing were to suddenly gain a force of 36 half-step Tier 6 experts, it could probably dominate the entire Crystal City of Secrets and strike fear into the various pseudo-Apex powers. Following this, Sure Foam kept all the mana purification techniques and common secret treasures. Then, he had everyone fully equip themselves in combat secret treasures before storing the rest away. After doing all that, he and the rest of the team found a secure location before logging out of the game. TL notes: due to changes made by the author, I will making the following changes from Chapter 414 onward. 1. Certain instances of basic/intermediate divine patterns will now be changed to basic/intermediate divine engravings. But note that both divine patterns and divine engravings exist. Divine engravings are a composition of divine patterns, e.g., Chapter 415. Original: the basic strengthening pattern was composed of 3 different divine patterns: the basic structural analysis pattern, the basic structural remodeling pattern, and the basic structural solidification pattern. Edited: the basic enhancement engraving was composed of 3 different divine patterns: the basic structural analysis pattern, the basic structural remodeling pattern, and the basic structural solidification pattern. 2. Engraving action and drawing action will also be replaced with inscribing action, to avoid repetition such as Sure Foam is engraving a basic divine engraving. 3. A set of basic/intermediate divine patterns will be changed to a / and basic intermediate engraving. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3520, Chapter 594, Night Watch Legion. Chapter 3520, Chapter 594, Night Watch Legion. Chapter 594, Night Watch Legion, Star Lake City, Zero Wing Training Center. The hatch of Shurfang's virtual gaming cabin opened. But before Sure Foam could climb out of the cabin, his quantum watch sounded an incoming call. After climbing out of the cabin, Sure Foam connected the call and immediately saw the holographic image of Pace Angel, who was tasked with managing the Zero Wing Training Center, appearing before him. Guild Leader, Vice President Xia of the Green God Corporation is already waiting in the lounge, Pace Angel hurriedly reported when she saw her call connecting. In addition, voices for Zero Wing to be removed from the city are growing louder because of the 15 cities closing in. Currently, over 100 corporations and families have already spoken up in protest to the city lord. Over half of the Star Lake Legion's members have also withdrawn from the Legion to force the city lord into making a decision. Some time ago, news of 15 cities joining forces to target Star Lake City spread. As a result, many of the city's local powers started calling for Zero Wing to be banished, and their voices have only grown louder as the 15 cities' arrival drew near. At this point, over half of the city's powers have already started to protest against the city lord. Normally, if half of a city's powers engaged in a protest, even the city lord would not be able to ignore it. After all, these powers and their members were vital to a city's survival and prosperity. Yet, if Star Lake City's city lord chose to banish Zero Wing would no longer be able to operate in a city and have to settle with developing in a town. How resolute of these powers! Shifeng nonchalantly smiled as he looked through the list Pace Angel sent him. But their departure isn't all bad news. We can use this chance to refine the current Star Lake Legion. It'll also make things easier for Zero Wing's members to join the Legion afterward. Refine the Star Lake Legion? Pace Angel was stunned by Shifeng's nonchalant comment. While it might be great for Zero Wing that so many people were leaving the Star Lake Legion, the departure of these individuals would also result in a severe reduction in combat power for the Star Lake Legion. Losing so much combat power at such a critical juncture would put Star Lake City at an even more severe disadvantage when it went up against the 15 cities later. Ignore them. More importantly, I need you to have all of Zero Wing's battle group members gather in an advanced simulation room. I have something important to tell them, Shifeng instructed. Understood. Although Pace Angel remained very worried, she still followed Shifeng's orders and began contacting the members of Zero Wing's battle group, one after another. Meanwhile, after tidying himself up, Shifeng made his way to the top-floor lounge. He could wait no longer to get his hands on Xia Qingying's god crystals. Even though he had yet to learn a mana purification technique, thanks to the soul blood boosting his concentration to the Tier 6 advanced standard, tasks such as analyzing items and restructuring mana became a lot easier for him to manage. Learning how to inscribe intermediate divine engravings also wouldn't be a difficult task. Top-floor VIP lounge. Inside the lounge that was as large as a basketball court, a man and a woman sat quietly on the sofa next to the window wall. Meanwhile, standing behind them were 4 young men and women dressed in formal wear. Of these 4 young men and women, even the oldest was only 24, while the youngest was only 22. Yet, all 4 of them were not only 2-star mental strength grandmasters, but their presence was also stronger than that of Star Lake City's vice commanders. You and Elder Xian have gone too far with your absurdities this time. Qingying, how could you arbitrarily have the corporation's geniuses move to Star Lake City? The man seated on the sofa was in his 40s and radiated an imposing aura, and his eyes exuded a hint of rage as he looked at Xia Qingying, who sat next to him. I can ignore your decision to go against Silverfrost City, but I will be taking the Silverfrost Legion's former members with me. I'm sure you know of Night Watch City's current situation. Having more members in the Night Watch Legion will increase our chances of establishing a base in the city. I am aware of the situation, Eldermu, Xia Qingying unhurriedly said. But Zero Wing's importance is no less than Night Watch City's. Also, if we lack manpower in Night Watch City, we can simply partner with Zero Wing. We can establish a foothold in Night Watch City easily with Zero Wing's help. Zero Wing, are you sure you're not joking? Eldermu laughed when he heard Xia Qingying's words. I've heard that Zero Wing's present situation in Star Lake City is far from optimistic. If Zero Wing can't even survive the upcoming raid by the 15 cities, Do you think it can help us establish a foothold in Nightwatch City? Nightwatch City was the fourth second-tier mobile city that the Green God Corporation had set its sights on. It was significantly stronger than Silverfrost City, and its population was 3 times larger than Silverfrost City's. Occasionally, it could even link up with first-tier mobile cities. Many of the Starlight Realm's upper-ranking hegemonic powers sought to establish a foothold in Nightwatch City, but failed to do so. As for the Green God Corporation, it had only received an opportunity to do so thanks to one of its special connections. Even so, the chances of success weren't optimistic. If the Green God Corporation could successfully establish a foothold in Nightwatch City simply by relying on an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing, it would definitely be regarded as a legendary tale on the Starlight Continent. Do you think I would joke around with the corporation's future, Elder Mu? Xia Qingying asked as she rolled her eyes at the imposing man beside her. Mu Huangwu. He was one of the Green God Corporation's few 3-star mental strength grandmasters. He was also the corporation's youngest 3-star grandmaster. If not for Mu Huangwu being obsessed with combat and personal improvement in God's domain, he would have long become the #1 candidate for the Green God Corporation's president. You might be serious, but who can guarantee Zero Wing has that capability? Mu Huangwu responded without any reservations. Black Flame? The person ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list? You can rest assured on this point, Elder Mu. The strength Zero Wing has kept hidden far exceeds your imagination, Xia Qingying said confidently. If Zero Wing fails to help us, I will personally lead a team to Nightwatch City, and I won't ever leave the city until the corporation succeeds in establishing a foothold. Xia Qingying had a very optimistic view of the Divine Engraver subclass. If Shifeng could make good on his promise and nurture several bona fide Divine Engravers, the Green God Corporation could easily rely on these Divine Engravers to establish a foothold in Nightwatch City. While Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu were talking, the lounge's doors suddenly opened, and in came Shifeng. Apologies for the long wait, Vice President Xia, Shifeng said when he saw that Xia Qingying had brought along with her Mu Huangwu, a famous individual from the Green God Corporation. However, although he was surprised by this development, he maintained a calm expression as he continued. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to have something else to discuss other than our transaction. Mu Huangwu was famous in Shifeng's previous life. Not only was he one of the Green God Corporation's few 3-star grandmasters, but he was also an incredibly talented instructor, having nurtured as many as 5 3-star grandmasters and 1 pseudo-great grandmaster for the Green God Corporation. If not for the Green God Corporation being limited on resources, these numbers might have even doubled. You are as straightforward as always, guild leader Shi. Xia Qingying faintly smiled when she saw Shifeng walking over. I have already brought the things you asked for. And indeed, besides our transaction, I have another big business proposition for Zero Wing. A big business proposition? Xia Qingying's words piqued Shifeng's curiosity. May I know what it is? Nightwatch City, Xia Qingying stated as she raised her hand and sent an electronic document to Shifeng. Here is all the information on Nightwatch City. On behalf of the Green God Corporation, I hope to seek Zero Wing's cooperation in securing a foothold in Nightwatch City. Nightwatch City? Shifeng immediately had his interest piqued. After all, Nightwatch City was one of the few places in his previous life that auctioned Stardew regularly. That is indeed a big business proposition. Nightwatch City will be holding its annual membership test in a few days. I hope to borrow Zero Wing's strength to help the Green God Corporation's members join the Nightwatch Legion's ace battle groups. In return, Zero Wing will receive half of the city contribution points these members receive in the future. What do you think? Xia Qingying suggested. Have you lost your mind, Xia Qingying? Mu Huangwu was dumbfounded by Xia Qingying's offer. Do you know how few of our members can get into the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups? And you want to give half of their points away. Mu Huangwu was confident that 2 or 3 of the talents under his tutelage could join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. As for everyone else, their chances were incredibly slim. Even with external assistance, the best they could hope for was an extra 1 or 2 members getting into an ace battle group. While that could more or less be considered a good outcome, it was a different story if they had to give half of their members' contribution points away. They would gain nothing from this exchange, and even end up with less than what they originally could have obtained. No problem, Shifeng said to Xia Qingying, ignoring Mu Huangwu's rant. I can provide assistance to the Green God Corporation and let all of your members qualify for an ace battle group. However, I want 70% of their city contributions. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3521, Chapter 595, Zero Wings Capability. Chapter 3521, Chapter 595, Zero Wings Capability. Chapter 595, Zero Wings Capability, 70%. Xia Qingying couldn't help but look at Shifeng in astonishment. It was unquestionably absurd to demand a 70% cut. Even though she was aware that Zero Wing could utilize divine engravings to help many of the Green God Corporation's members join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups, she still found it very difficult to stomach this price. For an official member of the Night Watch Legion to join an ace battle group, not only would they need to undergo a combat assessment, but they would also need to undergo a test for their technical standards. They couldn't just rely on powerful weapons and equipment. After all, for the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers members seeking to join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups, acquiring quality weapons and equipment wasn't difficult. What a bold statement! Mu Huangwu stated as he looked at Shifeng with a hint of rage in his eyes. Do you think all those geniuses I have nurtured can get into an ace battle group simply by having Zero Wings help? Aren't you looking down on the Night Watch Legion a little too much? Do you think the Night Watch Legion is the same as the Star Lake Legion? Mu Huangwu had devoted all his efforts to nurturing a batch of geniuses to join the Night Watch Legion. He had even invested all the resources he had acquired from the Night Watch Legion into this endeavor. But even with all that, he had only managed to get a little under 20 people into the Night Watch Legion. And out of these people, only 3 had a chance of getting into an ace battle group. As for those 3 people in question, every one of them was capable of becoming a 3rd-tier City Legion's commander. Yet now, Shifeng spoke as if anyone could qualify for the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. If you are skeptical of Zero Wing's strength, how about we make a bet, Elder Mu? Shifeng smiled as he looked at the furious man seated next to Xia Qingying. If I lose, Zero Wing will raise the basic attributes of the Green God Corporation's members in the Night Watch Legion to the legendary standard for free. That means they'll have basic attributes rivaling players fully equipped with legendary items. Conversely, if Elder Mu loses, you will have to help Zero Wing in cultivating some geniuses. How about it? Do you dare accept this bet, Elder Mu? Mu Huangwu was very reputable in Shifeng's previous life. Many conglomerates even tried to invite him to nurture their talents. Unfortunately, after Mu Huangwu helped the Green God Corporation produce a new generation of 3-star grandmasters, he abruptly retired and stopped training people completely. Even when Zero Wing offered to compensate him handsomely, Mu Huangwu still refused. Later down the line, all traces of Mu Huangwu even vanished from the greater world. Now that Mu Huangwu was right before his eyes, Shifeng naturally had to make good use of this opportunity. If he could get Mu Huangwu to nurture Zero Wing's talents, It would absolutely allow Zero Wing to progress further in this life, raise their basic attributes to the legendary standard. Mu Huangwu had his interest piqued by Shi Feng's words. Are you serious? The Green God Corporation might have quite a few legendary weapons and equipment, but there was no way it could afford to invest all of these items into the Night Watch Legion. As for increasing the basic attributes to the legendary standard, it was similarly a distant and unachievable dream. However, if Shi Feng was telling the truth, and Zero Wing had a way to increase the basic attributes of all of the Green God Corporation's members in the Night Watch Legion to the legendary standard, the number of people capable of joining the Legion's ace battle groups would definitely skyrocket. Vice President Xia can vouch for me on this point, Shi Feng said as he turned to look at Xia Qingying. I can indeed vouch for this point, Xia Qingying said, nodding, but she still couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion, failing to comprehend where Shi Feng was going with his proposition. If that's the case, I can take you up on your wager, Mu Huangwu said, nodding after hearing Xia Qingying's assurance. Then he looked at Shi Feng and asked, So, what do you want to bet on? Please come with me. Seeing that Mu Huangwu had taken the bait, Shi Feng smiled and stepped out of the lounge. What is he trying to do? Xia Qingying wondered as she looked at Shi Feng's departing figure in confusion. Initially, she thought Shi Feng would set the topic of his wager as whether Zero Wing could help improve the basic attributes of the Green God Corporation's members join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. Then, he would handily win the bet by using his divine engravings to enhance the weapons and equipment of those members. But Shi Feng didn't intend to make such a one-sided wager by the looks of things. Moreover, he seemed incredibly confident in whatever he had planned. Zero Wing Training Center, top-floor advanced combat simulation room. Currently, 19 of Zero Wing's battle group members were training in the simulation room, half the size of a sports stadium. Among them, some were formerly members of the Silver Frost Legion, such as Fire Dance and Jun Luosha. Now, though, they were officially members of the Star Lake Legion, thanks to Red Frost's authorization. What do you think of Zero Wing's battle group, Elder Mu? Shi Feng asked as he pointed at the individuals training in the room. Do you think they can win the Tier 5 match against the 15 cities later on? Mu Huangwu started to scrutinize the Zero Wing battle group members training in the room. Not a chance, Mu Huangwu stated without hesitation. Then he pointed at two women and continued, apart from Fire Dance and Jun Luosha, only that Assassin and Berserker are adequate. Everyone else's standard is abysmal. None of them are even one-star grandmasters. They might do fine if they only have to go against one of the 15 cities, but against all 15 cities simultaneously, they might as well not even show up for the match. Guild leader Shi Feng, you can't be thinking of... At this time, Xia Qingying started to have an idea where Shi Feng was going with his bet, and she couldn't help but be surprised. You guessed correctly, Vice President Xia. Since Elder Mu doubts Zero Wing's ability to nurture talents, I naturally have to bet on it with Elder Mu, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Then he looked at Mu Huangwu and continued, seeing as Elder Mu doesn't think Zero Wing's battle group can win against the 15 cities in the Tier 5 match. I will bet on Zero Wing's battle group winning the Tier 5 match. Deal. I accept your bet. You best not regret it, Mu Huangwu said, elated by Shi Feng's words. Although he didn't know what kind of capabilities Zero Wing possessed, even if Zero Wing managed to fully equip all of its battle group's members with legendary weapons and equipment, it still wouldn't be possible for them to win the Tier 5 match against the 15 cities. Before coming to Star Lake City, he had already learned about the 15 cities situation, so Mu Huangwu knew that the son of Silver Frost City's city lord was behind all of this. He also knew that Xiao Quan had hired at least 10 Tier 5 fifth-floor experts. In comparison, Zero Wings Battle Group had, at most, 5 fifth-floor experts. Not to mention, apart from having a numerical advantage in fifth-floor experts, the 15 cities could also afford to utilize large-scale magic barriers and battle arrays. In that case, we'll have Vice President Xia serve as our witness, Shifeng said before tapping on his quantum watch and hashing out a betting agreement. According to the agreement, so long as Zero Wings Battle Group won against the 15 cities in the Tier 5 match, Mu Huangwu would do his best to help Zero Wing train its talents. Conversely, if Zero Wings Battle Group lost the Tier 5 match, Zero Wing would assist the Green God Corporation establish a foothold in Nightwatch City at no cost. Is your guild leader crazy, Luosha? Fire Dance couldn't help but be confused when she saw Shifeng and Mu Huangwu signing a betting agreement with each other. Elder Mu's insight and information network are extraordinary. Since Elder Mu dares to take the bet, the 15 cities must have a numerical advantage over us in terms of fifth-floor experts. Yet, your guild leader sure doesn't plan to call for Zero Wing's other experts to help and only plans to have our group fight. After training with some of Zero Wing's members in the Advanced Combat Simulation Room, Fire Dance learned that Zero Wing had many fifth-floor experts under its command. Moreover, this number exceeded 100. It was just that the people of Star Lake City were unaware of this fact. Now that the 15 cities would soon arrive, Shifeng could have easily called upon these fifth-floor experts to win the upcoming city battle. Yet, instead of doing so, he intended to rely only on Zero Wings Battle Group to fight. His actions were simply incomprehensible. I don't know. Nonchalantly, Jun Luosha said, but I'm sure guild leadership has a solution. Solution? What solution? That's a force of 3,000 we are talking about. Fire Dance exclaimed, exasperated by Jun Luosha's response. After Mu Huangwu's group left, Shifeng turned around and walked over to Fire Dance and the others. Then, he pulled up a file on his quantum watch and shared it with everyone present. The file was a detailed report on mana purification techniques. Upon reading the report, Fire Dance and the others promptly fell silent. We still have a little more than 10 hours before the battle with the 15 cities begins. I have already sent each of you a bronze mana purification technique, so try to learn as much as you can within this time. I will also reward anyone who succeeds in learning it with an even better mana purification technique, Shifeng said. Then, he swept his gaze across the stunned individuals in the room before leaving. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3522, Chapter 596, Cities Gather. Chapter 3522, Chapter 596, Cities Gather. Chapter 596, Cities Gather. What? I thought only special weapons and equipment could increase mana strength. I must be seeing things according to the instructions. So long as I master this bronze mana purification technique, my Tier 5 mana can be strengthened to the standard of Tier 6 NPCs. This is crazy. Where did guild leader sure even get something like this? If news of this gets out, the various Apex powers will definitely lose their minds. Apart from Gentle Snow, Hidden Soul, and Jun Luosha, everyone else in the room fell into a frenzied state after reading the detailed report on bronze mana purification techniques. Aside from feeling ecstatic, they also couldn't help but find the report hard to believe. Fire Dance, in particular, couldn't help but suspect Shifeng was playing a joke on them when she finished reading the information on the bronze mana purification technique. Normally, the strength of players' mana would only increase with their tier. It was common knowledge in God's domain, and no power or player had ever broken this norm. Even the mighty Apex powers were no exception. However, the mana purification technique described in the report shattered this notion. So long as players successfully learned a bronze mana purification technique, they could elevate the strength of their mana by up to 1 tier, which was simply unbelievable. It should be known that the improvement of one's mana wouldn't lead to just an improvement in strength. It would also reduce the difficulty of constructing mana bodies and divine bodies. What was even more unbelievable was that, according to Shifeng, once they learned the bronze mana purification technique, he would reward them with an even better mana purification technique. Why do you seem unsurprised by all this, Luosha? Fire Dance asked when she noticed the girl beside her looking as cool as a cucumber. We are dealing with a technique that can increase the strength of our mana here. It is probably unique in the entire God's domain. Don't tell me you already knew about it long ago? In response, Luosha frankly nodded and said, "The guild leader previously said that this was information classified to core members and above, so I never told you about it, Big Sis Fire." Core members already knew about this secret previously. Fire Dance couldn't help but look at Luosha in astonishment. Previously, she hadn't thought much about becoming a core member of Zero Wing. After all, in her opinion, she already knew everything there was to know about Zero Wing. But now, she realized that she knew nothing about Zero Wing. The mana purification technique's existence could shake the entire Greater God's domain. If the various powers got their hands on it, they would probably ensure only their core executives knew about it. Yet, now, Zero Wing had not only shared this secret with elite members like her and the others in the room, but it had also allowed them to learn this precious technique. Unless Zero Wing was led by fools, there could only be one reason the guild would do such a thing. It had secrets far more valuable and important than the mana purification technique. However, no matter how Fire Dance racked her mind, she simply couldn't imagine what secrets Zero Wing could have that surpassed the mana purification technique. While Zero Wing's battle group members began studying the bronze purification techniques, Shifeng promptly sent a copy of the bronze purification technique to Red Frost and logged back into God's domain. Xia Qingying had already sent him 200 God crystals, so he intended to utilize the Nameless City's superior environment to start learning how to inscribe an intermediate divine engraving. Fortunately, as Shifeng expected, the dense eternal energy that filled the Nameless City created an excellent learning environment. Even though he had yet to learn a mana purification technique, he only had to spend 150 God crystals, which was equivalent to 3 learning attempts, to grasp the intermediate enhancement engraving. The cost of learning an intermediate divine engraving is truly extravagant. Shifeng winced in pain when he inspected his bag space. The expenditure of God crystals was only to let him experience the inscription process. Besides that, he also had to expend 7 luminaries crystals to put his knowledge into practice. Previously, when he was learning how to draw the basic enhancement engraving, he had expended tens of thousands of units worth of 7 luminaries crystals to expedite the learning process. Now, in order to learn how to inscribe the intermediate enhancement engraving quickly, he had expended over 500,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. The learning cost had increased by nearly tenfold. Fortunately, he had entrusted the development of divine engravers to Xia Qingying. If it were left to Zero Wing alone, it would have been impossible with the guild's lack of foundation in the Greater God's domain. Even so, with how costly it was to nurture divine engravers, the best the Green God Corporation could do was nurture a batch of apprentice divine engravers. After all, the cost of inscribing an intermediate divine engraving was on a completely different level than that of a basic divine engraving. The basic enhancement engraving was only composed of 3 divine patterns. Although the cost of inscribing divine patterns would double with each additional divine pattern inscribed, with the first pattern costing 10 units, the second pattern costing 20 units, and the third pattern costing 40 units, it would only cost 70 units of 7 luminaries crystal to inscribe all 3 divine patterns. In comparison, The intermediate enhancement, engraving, required the inscription of 6 divine patterns. The 6th divine pattern alone cost 320 units of 7 luminaries crystal to inscribe. This simply wasn't an expenditure an ordinary power could afford on a large scale. Thank goodness I found a treasure like this nameless city. Otherwise, it would be impossible to nurture divine engravers in the future. Shi Feng inwardly celebrated when he saw nearly half of his stockpile of 7 luminaries crystals had disappeared. Players needed to expend 7 luminaries crystals to inscribe divine engravings because their mana lacked purity. Unless players had mana nearing the standard of Tier 6 gods, they could not use their mana to inscribe divine engravings. They could only rely on external mana sources, such as 7 luminaries crystals, to do so. In a way, one could say that the art of inscribing divine engravings was not something players of the current era could learn. Fortunately, he had discovered mana purification techniques. With the help of mana purification techniques, players could achieve the mana of Tier 6 gods with relative ease. At that time, players would no longer have to rely on 7 luminaries crystals to inscribe divine engravings. Instead, they could accomplish the task using their own mana, even if it was just barely. At the same time, Shi Feng also had to admit that, while intermediate enhancement engraving was costly to produce, its effects were leagues above the basic enhancement engraving. The basic enhancement engraving only increased the basic attributes of the inscribed weapon or equipment by 10%, whereas the intermediate enhancement engraving increased basic attributes by 30%. It should be known that this increase wasn't simply included in the modifiers that came with the inscribed item. Instead, it directly enhanced the basic attributes of the inscribed item. Later on, the inscribed item's inherent modifiers could further improve these additional basic attributes. If a player were to be fully equipped with fragmented legendary items inscribed with the intermediate enhancement engraving, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were fully equipped with legendary items. At this point, Shi Feng couldn't even imagine how much of an improvement an advanced divine engraving could bring. Regardless, now that Shi Feng had learned how to inscribe the intermediate enhancement engraving, he had officially graduated as an apprentice divine engraver, and was now a true divine engraver. So, he promptly began producing intermediate enhancement engraving scrolls. Each production attempt cost 630 units of 7 luminaries crystal, and Shi Feng's failure rate was about 50%. In other words, the cost of each intermediate enhancement engraving scroll he produced was a whopping 1,260 units of 7 luminaries crystal. At this price, it would cost him about 15,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to fully inscribe a player's equipment. And if he were to translate that into a 20-man team, the total cost would be roughly 300,000 units. Subsequently, time quickly passed. Before Shi Feng knew it, he had already finished making enough intermediate enhancement engraving scrolls to inscribe 2 20-man teams fully. Although he managed to raise his success rate as his proficiency grew, he still spent most of his 7 luminaries crystals. Now, he was only left with a little over 50,000 units, which wasn't even enough to create a Tier 6 divine body. Just when Shi Feng was planning to use his remaining time to learn the advanced bronze mana purification technique, he suddenly received an emergency notification from his virtual gaming cabin. At the same time as Shi Feng received the emergency notification, an alarm blared throughout Star Lake City, causing everyone in the city to stop what they were doing and look up at the sky. At this time, 15 enormous holographic screens appeared above Star Lake City. Each screen displayed a different mobile city approaching Star Lake City, and these 15 cities had Star Lake City completely surrounded. Faintly, everyone also saw numerous individuals standing atop the walls of these mobile cities, and all of these individuals revealed excited expressions as their respective cities neared Star Lake City. Shortly afterward, the entirety of Star Lake City started to get virtualized, and a holographic timer covering half of the city's sky began counting toward the start of the imminent city battle. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35:23, Chapter 597, Divine Glory Expert. Chapter 35:23, Chapter 597, Divine Glory Expert. Chapter 597, Divine Glory Expert. They're here. The 15 cities still came in the end. What is the city lord thinking? So many of the city's powers have already stated that we won't have to fight the 15 cities, so long as he removes Zero Wing from the city. The city lord must have lost his mind. What benefits did Zero Wing offer for him to go to such lengths? Is he really not worried Star Lake City might cease to exist? Despair and frustration filled the inhabitants of Star Lake City when they saw the countdown timer above the city. Star Lake City had just secured its 5th set of power furnace fuel not long ago, so it was the perfect opportunity for development. And if everything went well, the inhabitants of Star Lake City, could expect to see a rise in their status and living standards in the greater world. But now, rather than an improvement in living standards, they should be expecting a drastic degradation instead, as Star Lake City was effectively doomed. Fighting against one city and multiple cities in a city battle were two entirely different matters. If a city lost a city battle against multiple cities, it wouldn't lose just one set of fuel. Instead, the number it lost would depend on the number of cities it lost to in points. So long as Star Lake City's total points was lower than one of the 15 cities, it would have to compensate the other party with one set of fuel. This also meant that Star Lake City could potentially lose all of its fuel. And if Star Lake City didn't have enough fuel to settle its debt, it would be forced to dissolve, and its remains divided by the cities that did not receive any fuel. At that time, Star Lake City would also cease to exist. Different from Star Lake City's general populace, the city's various powers and influential families reacted in excitement and joy when they saw the countdown timer in the sky. As per our agreement with Xiao Quan, he will leave us with all of Star Lake City's fuel after the city battle, and we will all have a chance to vie for the position of City Lord. Our family will be the one to rule over Star Lake City. We really have to thank Zero Wing for this. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have had to wait for our corporation to have a chance at competing for the City Lord position. When the executives of Star Lake City's various corporations and influential families saw less than 1/3 of the Star Lake Legion's usual members gathered atop Star Lake City's city wall, they couldn't help but reveal delighted smiles. Typically, it was very rare for third-tier mobile cities to see a change in ownership. After all, the city legions of the various third-tier mobile cities were roughly equal in strength, so the chances of a third-tier city winning or losing in a city battle were usually 50-50. Because of this, most third-tier cities could usually maintain their fuel at a certain volume. Not to mention, if a city was lucky, it might even come across a newly born fuel source to blanket its losses. But it was a different story now that Xiao Quan, the son of Silver Frost City's city lord, was spearheading an attack on Star Lake City. Under normal circumstances, third-tier mobile cities would never join forces. The 15 cities had only agreed to do so to please Xiao Quan. Meanwhile, the result of this collaboration was that the 15 cities would be able to easily overwhelm Star Lake City with their numbers and deprive Star Lake City of all its fuel in one fell swoop, forcing it into dissolution. And once Star Lake City dissolved, the position of Star Lake City's city lord would naturally cease to exist, and the city's future would be determined by the 15 cities that had conquered it. Currently, fewer than 1,000 people could be seen standing atop Star Lake City's city wall. And although these people were members of the Star Lake Legion, most of them didn't officially belong to a battle group. It was just that the Legion's personnel shortage was so severe that it had no choice but to include its reserve members to fill the numbers. After all, unlike in God's domain, Players needed to expend their mental strength to maintain their weapons and equipment in a city battle. Moreover, the better the weapon and equipment a participant materialized, the greater the toll on their mental strength would be. Hence, in a city battle, the addition of every participant could bring about a significant impact. While the Star Lake Legion's participants were preparing their respective simulation cabins, an elderly man exuding a dignified aura arrived atop the city wall with a group of young men and women. Following the arrival of this elderly man, both the various powers executives and the city's inhabitants couldn't help but be surprised. The elderly man was Feng Yiqing, the city lord of Star Lake City. It had already been several decades since he had taken on the position of the Feng family's head and Star Lake City's city lord. It had also been several decades since he had become a 3-star grandmaster. At present, it was rumored that he was already a pseudo-great grandmaster, and he was only one step away from reaching the great grandmaster standard. For him to bring his family guards. It seems even Feng Yiqing is unnerved by this situation. Mu Huangwu, who was quietly sipping tea on Star Lake City's spectator stands, commented when he saw Feng Yiqing arriving atop the city wall. All 20 of those youngsters are 1-star grandmasters. One of them has even reached the 5th floor standard, as expected of the family that has ruled over Star Lake City for so many years. They're also equipped with the Feng family's family heirloom, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to defend 2 or 3 capture points in the Tier 6 match, Xia Qingying commented when they saw that all 20 of the youths were equipped in standardized equipment sets. She also couldn't help but admire the Feng family's foundations. It was an incredibly difficult task to nurture a young 5th floor expert, even for upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the greater gods domain. For a family in the greater world, the difficulty would only be greater. As for the equipment sets the 20 youths wore, they were fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets that could be used to form a small battle array. Fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets were exceedingly rare. They were so rare that players were more likely to encounter a player fully equipped with legendary items than a player equipped in a fragmented legendary battle array equipment set. And although the bonuses the battle array provided could not even match the bonuses provided by one legendary weapon, a fragmented legendary battle array equipment set was easily worth as much as 20 legendary weapons. The reason for this lay in the effects fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets had on real-world city battles. Unlike legendary weapons and equipment, fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets placed very little burden on the wearer's mental strength. On top of that, they also allowed their wearers to form a battle array which would increase their wearer's basic attributes by 1 piece of legendary equipment's worth and allow the sharing of senses between wearers. Because of these effects, should the Feng family's family guards stick together during the city battle, they would be akin to an impregnable fortress. Not even a 20-man team equipped with legendary weapons could take them down. That's not necessarily true, Mu Huangwu said, shaking his head. Then he pointed toward Myriad Forest City, which vaguely looked like it was the leading force of the 15 cities, and continued, "Do you see that masked giant standing on the Myriad Forest City's side? Don't you find him familiar?" "Masked giant." Xia Qingying followed Mu Huangwu's finger and focused her gaze on the Myriad Forest City. Then her eyes quickly widened as she gasped and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did Xiao Quan enlist the help of the 100-armed giant?" The masked giant, Mu Huangwu pointed out, was a 3-meter-tall masked man. Even with the man's face being hidden, Xia Qingying still recognized him at first glance. 100-armed giant, the 92nd ranked player on the Divine Glory list. Unlike the Luminous Glory and the Sacred Glory lists, the Divine Glory list was a powerhouse ranking list recognized by all, while experts ranked on the Divine Glory list were experts standing at the apex of the various realms. The Divine Glory list had 1,000 spots. Among them, the top 100 spots served as a major dividing line. Every expert in the top 100 of the Divine Glory list had mastered at least 2 or more gold combat techniques. Additionally, each of them was fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. In the presence of these individuals, the average 5th floor expert couldn't even compare. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3524, Chapter 598, Red Frost's Peak Condition. Chapter 3524, Chapter 598, Red Frost's Peak Condition. Chapter 598, Red Frost's Peak Condition. Mr. Hunderdarm, as per our agreement, we will leave Feng Yiqing's family guards to you. Myriad Sky, the Myriad Forest Legion's commander, calmly said to the resting 3-meter-tall giant before her in an alluring tone. However, despite her calm manner of speech, hints of fear and awe could be seen in her eyes. Of the 15 cities attacking Star Lake City this time, Myriad Forest City could be said to be the strongest. It was also the closest to becoming a 2nd-tier city out of all 3rd-tier cities operating in this region. Currently, not only did Myriad Forest City have enough fuel to operate 17 power furnaces, but its size was also close to matching that of 2nd-tier cities. There were even 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers based in the city. Normally, Myriad Forest City would have never entertained Xiao Quan's willful demand to attack Star Lake City. However, when Xiao Quan showed up in Myriad Forest City with the 100-armed giant in tow, the city had no choice but to re-evaluate its opinion of the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. Anyone capable of ranking on the Divine Glory list was, without a doubt, an apex existence in the greater god's domain. As for those ranked within the Divine Glory list's top 100, they were monsters capable of bringing about the doom of an upper-ranking hegemonic power, so long as they desired. Sure, leave them to me, 100-armed giant said, nodding as he glanced at the holographic screen above Myriad Forest City. Myriad Skies breathed a sigh of relief when she heard 100-armed giant's response. For a moment, she was honestly worried the Divine Glory expert might refuse to listen to commands. When it came to the Star Lake Legion, it was of little significance in the eyes of Myriad Forest City and its city legion. However, it was a different story for Feng Yiqing. After all, Feng Yiqing was rumored to be a half-step great grandmaster who was close to crossing the final threshold. The family guards he nurtured naturally wouldn't be pushovers. If it was only a matter of defeating Star Lake City in a city battle, Myriad Forest City could easily complete its part. However, the 15 cities' goal this time was the destruction of Star Lake City. They needed to ensure Zero Wing did not have a place to call home. Currently, there were 2 major threats in the Star Lake Legion. The first threat was the Legion's commander, Red Frost. The second threat was Feng Yiqing's family guards. Star Lake Legion would have 10 capture points it needed to defend. If it managed to defend 2 or 3 capture points in the Tier 6 match, there was a chance it could continue to exist. This was not an outcome Myriad Forest City wished to see. After all, Myriad Forest City had already agreed with Xiao Quan that as long as Star Lake City perished, 100-armed giant would offer his help to Myriad Forest City once. If Myriad Forest City could gain the help of the 92nd ranked Divine Glory expert when competing for its 20th set of fuel in the future, its victory would be assured, and it would finally become a 2nd-tier mobile city. Preparations on Moon Trail City's side are complete. We can move out whenever. Commander Sky. Hidden Leaf City is ready as well. We only await your command, Commander Sky. When the countdown timer for the City Battle's Tier 6 match reached 0, the various city legions surrounding Star Lake City promptly expressed their readiness to attack Star Lake City. Good. Everyone, move according to plan. Each city's battle groups will be responsible for 1 capture point. Do not give the enemy any chance to group up. Myriad Sky commanded when she saw that the other 14 cities' city legions were ready to move. Immediately, 150 battle groups consisting of 3,000 individuals began surging out of the 15 cities. Then, each city's battle groups gathered under one command before quickly making their way towards Star Lake City. Each of the 15 cities had 10 battle groups consisting of 200 Tier 6 experts. Even if one of these cities was unfortunate enough to encounter the entirety of the Star Lake Legion shortly after entering Star Lake City, it was unlikely to suffer destruction within a short time. On the contrary, as the battle dragged out, more and more of the other cities' battle groups would gather, making it even more impossible for the Star Lake Legion to accomplish anything. The Star Lake Legion would even suffer annihilation once enough reinforcements arrived. As for the possibility of the Star Lake Legion fleeing into the 15 cities, it wouldn't matter even if that happened. Whether the Star Lake Legion decided to split up and attack multiple cities or concentrate all of its forces into one city, the Star Lake Legion's battle groups were bound to come across the battle groups of the cities they decided to attack. Ultimately, they still couldn't avoid being surrounded and annihilated. Meanwhile, when Star Lake City's inhabitants saw this sight through the holographic screens above the city, they couldn't help but gasp. Even the Star Lake Legion's veteran members felt their scalps going numb at this sight. It was obvious that the 15 cities intended to bring ruin to Star Lake City without giving it any opportunities to resist. Less than 10 minutes later, the 15 cities' battle groups entered Star Lake City from multiple directions. Then, they began searching for the Star Lake Legion's members and capture points. We've arrived at Capture Point 3. We discovered nobody here. Capture Point 1 is undefended as well. Same with Capture Point 8. When the various cities' battle groups started to occupy Star Lake City's capture points one after another, the various cities were surprised to discover that the Star Lake Legion was defending none of these capture points. Sure enough, they've chosen to concentrate their forces, Myriad Sky muttered when she heard the reports from the various city legions. However, she wasn't surprised by this development. She would have made a similar decision if she had been in charge of the Star Lake Legion. A 20-man battle group is approaching us from the front. Commander Sky, the Tier 6 ranger beside Myriad Sky, suddenly reported. They're still over a kilometer away, and we'll encounter them in 20 seconds. Are you sure it's just one battle group? Myriad Sky was a little surprised by this situation. A full battle group of 20 participants might be an adequate force in a city battle between two cities, but it was far from sufficient when the opponent consisted of 15 cities. Not to mention, with the 15 cities' current distribution of forces, even if the Star Lake Legion had only split its forces into two teams of 100 participants, it would still be a very foolish decision. That's right. It's just one battle group of 20, the ranger affirmed. They look like they are deliberately coming to us, and the person leading the battle group seems to be the Star Lake Legion's commander, Red Frost. The Sky Piercer is coming? 100-armed giant, who was walking alongside the Myriad Forest Legion, suddenly revealed a look of interest. I heard rumors saying she had the potential to enter the top 100 during her peak. Do you think this might be a trap of the Star Lake Legion, Mr. 100-Arm? Myriad Sky asked. She couldn't help but feel something was amiss when she heard her subordinates report. Less than 1,000 meters separated both sides currently. At this distance, Tier 6 players using scouting skills could easily discover each other. So, it shouldn't be a mistake to say that Red Frost had already discovered the Myriad Forest Legion. But with only 20 participants on her side, why would Red Frost take the initiative to approach the Myriad Forest Legion's 200-man team? So what if it's a trap? 100-armed giant said in disdain, setting aside the fact that Red Frost is no longer at the peak. Even in her prime, she only had a chance to break into the top 100. Even with the support of Feng Yiqing's family guards, what can they do against me? Hearing this, Myriad Sky couldn't help but agree with 100-armed giant. Hundred-Armed Giant, was an expert currently ranked among the Divine Glory list's top 100, whereas Red Frost the Sky Piercer only had a chance of breaking into the top 100 during her peak. The two were on completely different levels. Not to mention, the Myriad Forest Legion had a massive numerical advantage over Red Frost's battle group. About 20 seconds after the Tier 6 Ranger reported his findings, a group of participants appeared before the Myriad Forest Legion. The group consisted of 20 participants, and it was led by a long-haired woman clad in white holy armor and armed with a crimson spear. At the same time as this battle group appeared, Myriad Sky couldn't help but shudder. It was especially so when she felt the presence of the goddess-like woman. It felt as if she was standing before a Tier 6 god, and this realization filled her mind with doubts. Was the Red Frost before them still not in her peak form? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3525, Chapter 599, Divine Downfall. Chapter 3525, Chapter 599, Divine Downfall. Chapter 599, Divine Downfall. What kind of terrible luck does Commander Red Frost have? Why did she have to come across Hundred-Armed Giant right off the bat? Hundred-Armed Giant came in 92nd on the latest Divine Glory list. I recall the last time he took action was when he stole from the Red Dragon Nation. At the time, the Flame Dragon Legion, led by the Red Dragon Nation's first Vice Guild leader, was raiding a world boss called the Evil Void Dragon. The raid had proceeded smoothly from start to finish, but as soon as the boss died, Hundred-Armed Giant suddenly appeared and snatched the Void Axe, a fragmented divine artifact, that dropped. I also heard about that incident. Although the Flame Dragon Legion tried to hunt him down, Hundred-Armed Giant ultimately got away after killing several dozen of the Flame Dragon Legion's experts. Also, strangely enough, the Red Dragon Nation didn't try to escalate the matter afterward. When Star Lake City's inhabitants saw the encounter between Red Frost's battle group and Hundred-Armed Giant, they couldn't help but grow anxious. Even the Star Lake Legion's spectating vice commanders were no exception. Hundred-Armed Giant was incredibly famous in the Greater Gods domain, and it would be rare to find somebody who hadn't heard about him and his recent achievement. The Flame Dragon Legion was the pseudo-apex power Red Dragon Nation's trump card legion. It consisted of 1,000 Tier 6 experts, and all of its team leaders were 5th floor experts, while its vice commanders were saint-ranked experts. Under the effects of the Legion's battle array, they were a force that was beyond the comprehension of anyone in Star Lake City. The Flame Dragon Legion was so powerful that even if the 15 city legions currently attacking Star Lake City were to band together, these 15 legions still wouldn't fare any better than a baby would in a fight against an adult. Yet, Hundred-Armed Giant had not only successfully escaped from the pursuit of the Flame Dragon Legion, but he had even killed dozens of the Legion's experts in the process. His strength was already beyond description. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Hundred-Armed Giant alone was more challenging of an opponent than the entirety of the 15 cities' 3,000-man army. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Let's see how our mighty commander can continue acting arrogantly in Star Lake City after this. Chun Chilin, a former Star Lake Legion vice commander, reacted in joy and excitement when he saw Red Frost meeting Hundred-Armed Giant. In the past, be it in prestige or strength, nobody in Star Lake City could challenge Red Frost. She held so much influence in the city that she could deprive him of his position as a vice commander with only a few words, turning him into an absolute joke in the city. Moreover, he had no choice but to endure the humiliation, as there was nothing he could do against a pseudo-great grandmaster like Red Frost. But now, he would finally get to see Red Frost suffering defeat. The current Star Lake Legion was a far cry from before. Because of many experts withdrawing, The Legion couldn't even field 10 full Tier 6 battle groups for the city battle. And although the city lord had included his family guards at the last minute, the Star Lake Legion still only managed to field a little over 60 participants for the Tier 6 match, of which nearly 1/3 were with Red Frost. Normally, had Red Frost managed to flee into one of the other mobile cities with the city lord's family guards and conducted guerrilla warfare, it would have still been possible for Star Lake City to earn some points from the Tier 6 match. However, now that Red Frost had encountered 100-Armed Giant, the Tier 6 match was as good as over. While Red Frost might be a Divine Glory expert in the past, it should be known that 100-Armed Giant was currently ranked 92nd on the Divine Glory list, ignoring the fact that Red Frost was no longer at her peak. Even if she were still in her prime, she still wouldn't be a match for 100-Armed Giant. Meanwhile, as Red Frost's battle group moved closer and closer to the Myriad Forest Legion, to everyone's surprise, Red Frost suddenly charged ahead of her battle group. It did not look like she intended to work with her allies to break the Myriad Forest Legion's defensive line. Not bad, as expected of someone who had the potential to enter the top 100. When 100-Armed Giant saw Red Frost charging ahead with her crimson spear, a look of interest surfaced on his face. Then he commanded, "Leave her to me. You guys get rid of the others. We'll have to trouble you with that." Then Mr. 100-Arm, Myriad Sky said, sighing in relief. In Myriad Sky's opinion, the current Red Frost felt no different than a Tier 6 god, and she highly doubted the Myriad Forest Legion could take Red Frost on. Without 100-Armed Giant's assistance, the 15 cities would have to concentrate all of their forces and erect magic barriers to be able to kill Red Frost. So, it was naturally good news that 100-Armed Giant was willing to take action. Following Myriad Sky's response, 100-Armed Giant's 3-meter-tall frame suddenly vanished. Then, he reappeared within 20 yards of Red Frost, his speed stunning many of the Tier 6 experts present. "He's so fast. Is this the famous space crossing steps? Didn't they say that even 3-star grandmasters would have difficulty executing gold combat techniques in simulation warfare? How did he manage it so easily? Is this the strength of the top 100 Divine Glory experts?" Many gasped when they saw 100-Armed Giant's lightning-quick maneuvers. Even Myriad Sky couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Unlike in God's domain, players would have their physical strength heavily suppressed in simulation warfare. Not to mention, players also needed to expend mental strength to maintain their weapons and equipment in simulation warfare. Because of these two factors, it was incredibly challenging for players to execute complex maneuvers such as gold combat techniques. Yet, 100-Armed Giant had executed space crossing steps, which was a gold combat technique and his trademark move, with little to no stress. It was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, at the same time as 100-Armed Giant appeared before Red Frost, a dark gray axe appeared in his hand. The instant the axe appeared, the intensity of the aura 100-Armed Giant radiated increased substantially, causing many of the Tier 6 experts present to shudder involuntarily. "Is that the Void Axe?" Mu Huangwu, who was spectating the match from inside the city, couldn't help but marvel at the dark gray axe decorated by electric arcs. With that fragmented divine axe in hand, 100-Armed Giant can probably trade blows with the various pseudo-Apex Powers taboos. Even if that madwoman is still at her peak right now, I doubt she can last more than 5 moves against him. Sitting next to Mu Huangwu, Xia Qingying revealed a grim look when she saw 100-Armed Giant taking out the Void Axe. The Tier 6 match took up a significant portion of the city battle's points. If Star Lake City lost the Tier 6 match to a miserable extent, it wouldn't matter how well the city did in the Tier 4 and Tier 5 matches. There would be no salvaging the situation anymore. While everyone was distracted by the Void Axe, 100-Armed Giant attacked Red Frost without hesitation, executing his other trademark move, the gold combat technique meteoric laceration. In only an instant, Hundred-Armed Giant had executed over 100 slashes from various angles, creating a web of rapid attacks that gave Red Frost neither time nor space to evade. He was fully committed to eliminating the Star Lake Legion's commander as quickly as possible. At this moment, even though they weren't the actual target of Hundred-Armed Giant's meteoric laceration, everyone present could feel the threat of death descending looming over them. Good. You'll serve as a good test subject for the fruits of my research. Red Frost did not grow flustered in the face of Hundred-Armed Giant's attack. On the contrary, she revealed a look of excitement as she entered a stance and gathered the surrounding mana to the tip of her spear. Then, she charged forward and executed the forbidden technique she had spent years studying. Forbidden technique, God's Return. Boom. Boom, boom. The sound of metal colliding echoed throughout Star Lake City time, and again, as axe and spear clashed, the intensity of the collisions creating shock waves that spread over 1,000 yards. Before anyone could react, a figure suddenly shot out from the epicenter of the shock waves and crashed into a nearby metal building, the HP bar above the figure's head shrinking 1/3 in size. Then, upon getting a clear look at this figure, everyone's jaws fell wide open. This was because the figure in question belonged to none other than the 92nd ranked divine, glory expert, Hundred-Armed Giant. TL notes, 1 forbidden technique. I have no idea if forbidden technique is an extension of the combat technique, category, mana technique, category, or if it's something entirely new. For the time being, it looks like it is either an extension of the mana technique category or something entirely new. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3526, Chapter 600, Complete Victory. Chapter 3526, Chapter 600, Complete Victory. Chapter 600, Complete Victory. Hundred-Armed Giant lost? When Myriad Sky saw the familiar figure embedded in the nearby building, she revealed a bewildered look. Her mind failed to process what had just happened. It should be known that Hundred-Armed Giant had executed meteoric laceration, a gold combat technique. Moreover, he had done so using the Void Axe, a fragmented divine artifact. Even a Tier 6 god of the same level wouldn't be able to withstand his attack head-on and take evasive measures. Yet Red Frost, the Sky Piercer who was no longer in her prime, had managed to overpower Hundred-Armed Giant in a direct confrontation. I must be hallucinating. How can that Hundred-Armed Giant lose? At this moment, Myriad Sky and the Myriad Forest Legions members weren't the only ones in disbelief. This development similarly dumbfounded the spectators of Star Lake City and the 15 cities. It was especially so for Star Lake City's various powers, Chun-Chilin, and the other former Star Lake Legion members. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. While none of them had ever seen Red Frost fighting with her full strength, Chun-Chilin, and the others still had a general idea of her strength. In their opinions, Red Frost was, at most, close to the standard of Tier 6 gods. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a need for her to retire in a measly third-tier city. So, how exactly did she manage to defeat Hundred-Armed Giant in one exchange? Impossible. Even if Red Frost is still at her peak, she only has the potential to enter the Divine Glory list's top 100, whereas Hundred-Armed Giant is a genuine top 100 expert. How could he have lost to her after just one exchange? Chun-Chilin jumped out of his seat when he saw the scene displayed above the city. No matter the place, experts ranked among the Divine Glory list's top 100 were existences capable of single-handedly turning the tides of battle. If Red Frost had the strength to topple the 92nd ranked Divine Glory expert in just one exchange, then the course of the entire city battle would change because of red frost. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after 100-armed giant fell out of the dent he created in the metal building, he couldn't help but look at red frost with a tinge of fear in his eyes. It seems all of those rumors of you getting cursed in a sanctuary and losing your strength were nonsense. You did acquire that ruin's legacy, 100-armed giant said, as he drank a Grandmaster regeneration potion. Then, after recollecting himself, he continued, "But even if that move of yours has already reached the level of taboos, you still have a long way to go if you want to win this match." After saying so, 100-armed giant turned his gaze toward Myriad Sky. "Commander Sky, have all your healers assist me in distracting Red Frost. That move she used expends a lot of mental strength, so she cannot sustain it for long," 100-armed giant commanded without caring for his reputation. "While I'm distracting her, the rest of you take care of the others. Also, have all other cities' battle groups gather toward us. Even if Red Frost is already at the standard of taboos, we can still wear her down." If he had encountered Red Frost in the Greater God's domain, he would have turned around and fled without hesitation. But now that he had a force of 3,000 to work with, defeating Red Frost wasn't out of the question. "Okay." Myriad Sky agreed. After snapping out of her daze, her unsettled heart quickly calmed down. As 100-armed giant stated, even if Red Frost was strong enough to rival taboos, existences who were equipped with divine artifacts, there was a limit to her strength in a city battle environment. With their overwhelming numerical advantage, they could most certainly whittle her down. Not to mention, they had 100-armed giant, an existence capable of trading blows with Red Frost, on their side. Immediately, the Myriad Forest Legion split into two groups under Myriad Sky's arrangement. Among them, one group consisted of 26 healers responsible for supporting 100-armed giant. Red Frost shouldn't think of killing 100-armed giant now, unless she could kill him within an instant. As for the remaining 172 players, Myriad Sky led them into a charge against the 19 other members of Red Frost's battle group. If they could eliminate these 19 players before the City Lord's family guards arrived, it would reduce the amount of support Red Frost could receive. How decisive of you! When Red Frost saw 100-armed giant seeking help from the Myriad Forest Legion, she couldn't help but admire the other party. "I thought a solo expert like yourself would refuse to work with others no matter what." There were countless experts in the Greater God's domain. Among them, solo experts capable of entering the divine glory list typically disliked cooperating with others in a fight. It was especially so when they were facing lone opponents. In such scenarios, solo experts would prefer a one-on-one fight and forbid others from interfering. Firstly, it was because one-on-one battles allowed for better honing of their skills. Secondly, it was rare for solo experts to find opportunities to fight equally skilled opponents in a one-on-one scenario, so every opportunity had to be cherished. "I don't have a choice. If it were possible, I wouldn't want to do this either," 100-armed giant calmly replied when he saw Red Frost showing no signs of resuming their fight right away. "Don't go saying that I'm despicable for relying on numbers, either. If you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for provoking someone you shouldn't have provoked." While 100-armed giant was speaking, Myriad Sky and the players she led had already started to attack the members of Red Frost's battle group. The 172 players Myriad Sky led were all titled experts fully equipped with fragmented legendary items. For the sake of this city battle, Myriad Forest City had even loaned a legendary weapon to every team leader of the Myriad Forest Legion. When facing titled experts without legendary weapons, it would be a piece of cake for these team leaders to go 1-on-10 while relying on their advantage in basic attributes. Only fifth-floor experts could possibly defeat them. Despicable. Red Frost laughed when she heard 100-Arm's words. "Why would I? On the contrary, I should be the one saying those words to you." What? Hundred-Armed Giant couldn't help but be puzzled by Red Frost's words. It was especially so when he saw that Red Frost still had no intentions of moving and was simply watching Myriad Sky's group take action against her battle group members. Admittedly, Red Frost's battle group members were strong, each being a one-star Grandmaster or higher. However, none of them were fifth-floor experts, so there was no way they could win against Myriad Sky's group. I originally planned to mess with you for a bit, but now it seems that won't be possible, Red Frost said. Then she looked toward the confidants she led and calmly said, "You guys can stop suppressing yourselves. It's time to show these people what happens when they provoke the wrong person." As soon as Red Frost said so, a mighty aura that closely rivaled Red Frost started to spread from the 19 members of her battle group. Suddenly, it felt as if 19 Tier 6 gods had descended upon the battlefield. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3527, Chapter 601, First Tier Mobile City. Chapter 3527, Chapter 601, First Tier Mobile City. Chapter 601, First Tier Mobile City. Impossible. When Red Frost's battle group members unleashed their auras, everyone from the Myriad Forest Legion was dumbfounded. Even Hundred-Armed Giant's jaw had fallen a little. Setting aside Red Frost's combat standards, it should be known that in terms of basic attributes alone, she already rivaled Tier 6 gods. So, the fact that Red Frost's battle group members radiated an aura closely matching that of Red Frost meant that aside from Red Frost, there were 19 other Tier 6 gods in Red Frost's battle group. Tier 6 gods. 19 Tier 6 gods. Tier 6 gods were already considered apex existences throughout the entire Greater Gods domain. Even the existence of just one Tier 6 god was enough to warrant great caution from an upper-ranking hegemonic power. If Tier 6 players weren't fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, they would have difficulty putting up any form of meaningful resistance. As for a force of 19 Tier 6 gods, that was more than enough to destroy an empire in the Greater Gods domain, let alone the 15 cities' city legions. At this time, even the Star Lake Legion's spectating members couldn't help but be stunned by this unexpected revelation. They never thought their legion would have kept such strength hidden. Damn it! Everyone retreat! Myriad Sky instinctively commanded after sensing the auras of the 19 players before her exploding in intensity. In the face of players with basic attributes nearing Tier 6 gods, even the Myriad Forest Legion's team leaders, who were each equipped with a legendary weapon, could last no more than a few exchanges before getting killed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that just one of Red Frost's battle group members was enough to take on all of the Myriad Forest Legion's team leaders. Needless to say, the members without legendary weapons would fare even worse. In that case, how were they supposed to go up against Red Frost's 19 battle group members? Unfortunately, Myriad Sky's command was of little use as Red Frost's battle group members had already started attacking the Myriad Forest Legion's members as soon as they stopped suppressing themselves. Even without the use of powerful gold combat techniques, Tier 6 curses, or Tier 6 taboo skills, Red Frost's battle group members could easily claim the lives of several Myriad Forest Legion members with every bronze combat technique, Tier 6 skill, or Tier 6 spell they used. Only the Myriad Forest Legion's team leaders, equipped with legendary weapons, could barely resist. Even so, they would still get sent flying and lose a significant portion of their HP. In no time at all, the Myriad Forest Legion had already lost more than 50 members. How is this possible? Hundred-Armed Giant couldn't help but look at Red Frost's battle group members in confusion. Even if Star Lake City managed to find a backer and acquire a large number of legendary items, only 3-star Grandmasters could materialize a full set of legendary items. Where did Star Lake City find so many young 3-star Grandmasters? 3-star mental strength Grandmasters were incredibly rare, and it was even more so for 3-star grandmasters of such a young age. Even conglomerates would only have a handful of such talented individuals. In order to gather so many young 3-star grandmasters, the full support of a pseudo-apex power would be required at the very least. However, before Hundred-Armed Giant could figure out the situation, Red Frost had already raised her spear and thrust the weapon at him. In a situation where the Star Lake Legion didn't even have 100 members participating in the Tier 6 match, the first thing the Legion needed to accomplish to ensure its victory would be to eliminate the greatest threat, Hundred-Armed Giant. Then, the Star Lake Legion would have to quickly eliminate the 15 city legions one after another before they managed to respond. Otherwise, with the 15 city legions' numerical advantage, they could easily have half of their forces keep the Star Lake Legion pinned with magic barriers, while the rest of their forces occupied Star Lake City's capture points. The 15 city legions could even opt to conduct guerrilla warfare, since, with the disparity in numbers, it would be impossible for the Star Lake Legion to occupy too many capture points. Regardless of which option the 15 cities chose, Star Lake City would ultimately lose. Meanwhile, Hundred-Armed Giant quickly realized this point and tried to escape. Unfortunately, Red Frost didn't give him such an opportunity and repeatedly executed God's Return with her spear. Even with more than 20 healers healing him, Hundred-Armed Giant had no choice but to commit everything to defense. Otherwise, if he allowed Red Frost's attacks to connect with his body, not even a force of 20-plus healers could keep him alive. It's over. When the 15 city spectators saw Red Frost picking off Hundred-Armed Giant's healers one after another and ultimately finishing off the 92nd ranked Divine Glory expert, their hearts could no longer remain calm. They couldn't find any words to comment on the situation, either, as none of them had expected such an outcome. Even so, with Hundred-Armed Giant's death and the myriad Forest Legion's annihilation, even if the remaining 14 city legions managed to group up to a certain extent afterward, it was unlikely they could put up any meaningful resistance against Red Frost's battle group. Indeed, as everyone expected, in the following 2 hours, Red Frost's battle group swiftly annihilated or crippled 11 out of the 15 city legions before they managed to react. Then, the 20-man battle group split up and took independent action as the remaining 4 city legions could no longer pose a significant threat to them. Even though the remaining 4 city legions eventually chose to conduct guerrilla warfare, the Star Lake Legion still managed to occupy over 50 capture points. Moreover, the Star Lake Legion occupied at least 3 capture points from each city. So, unless the 15 cities could annihilate the Star Lake Legion in the subsequent Tier 5 and Tier 4 matches, all 15 cities would have to lose 1 set of power furnace fuel. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of the Tier 6 match, all of Star Lake City's inhabitants celebrated in joy. With the Star Lake Legion's massive victory in the Tier 6 match, so long as the Legion didn't lose too miserably in the Tier 4 and Tier 5 matches, Star Lake City could acquire several more sets of fuel. This would undoubtedly propel Star Lake City's development to the next level. At the same time, though, many who had withdrawn from the Star Lake Legion couldn't help but regret their decisions. Myriad Forest City. In a viewing room situated on the top floor of the city's tallest building, the city lords of the 15 cities and the executives of numerous powers were currently gathered here. However, be it the 15 city lords or the various powers' executives, everyone wore cautious looks as they sat around a gloomy young man, their behavior making it seem like the young man was the top figure in the room. Apart from the gloomy young man, the 20 young men and women who sat around him were also targets of caution for the various city lords and executives. This was because half of these 20 youths were 2-star grandmasters, while the other half were 3-star grandmasters. Though, compared to the mental strength of these youths, what struck fear in everyone present was their status. They were members of a Tier 5 ace battle group from Skystar City, a first-tier mobile city. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that these 20 youths were far out of the reach of any of the city lords present. Normally, these city lords would only get to see these youths when they spectated first-tier city battles. At other times, they wouldn't be able to get acquainted with these youths, even if they wanted to. It seems I will have to rely on you in the next match, Brother Tianhao, Xiao Quan said to the gloomy young man beside him. No problem, the gloomy young man nonchalantly replied. As per our agreement, it will cost you 4,000 eternal gold if we take action. Naturally. Xiao Quan nodded. So long as you can annihilate Zero Wings members, I will send the money to you in no more than 2 days, Brother Tianhao. All right, leave it to us, the gloomy young man said, smiling. I kept hearing Fry talk about how formidable Zero Wing is. Let's see if Zero Wing really is as extraordinary as Fry claims. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3528, Chapter 602, Zero Wing takes the field. Chapter 3528, Chapter 602, Zero Wing takes the field. Chapter 602, Zero Wing takes the field inside the viewing room. When the gloomy young man going by the name of Luo Tianhao finished speaking, he left the room with his subordinates to participate in the upcoming Tier 5 match. Meanwhile, it was only after the youths from Skystar City had left did everyone in the room dare to start breathing normally. What should we do next, young Master Xiao Quan? Myriad Forest City's city lord asked respectfully after approaching Xiao Quan. Hearing Myriad Forest City's city lord's question, the other city lords also respectfully looked toward Xiao Quan, none of them exuding the majesty and dignity of a city lord. Initially, the main reason they had agreed to go along with Xiao Quan's willfulness was so that they could get into Silver Frost City's good graces. But after seeing the forces Xiao Quan had brought with him to Silver Frost City, they no longer cared about buttering up to Silver Frost City. Instead, they felt that it would be much more worthwhile to gain the favor of Xiao Quan himself. First, it was 100-armed Giant, the 92nd ranked expert on the Divine Glory list. Now, it was one of the Tier 5 ace battle groups of Skystar City, a first-tier mobile city. Logically, whether it was 100-armed Giant or Skystar City's ace battle group, neither should be within reach of the son of a second-tier city's city lord. The fact that Xiao Quan could get these two forces to work for him meant that there was more to his identity than meets the eye. You don't have to be nervous. All you need to do is have your forces cooperate with Brother Tianhao in the Tier 5 match. Leave everything else to Brother Tianhao, Xiao Quan said, chuckling nonchalantly. Understood. The various city lords responded unanimously. Then, they promptly contacted the city legions under their command. Meanwhile, a smirk appeared on Xiao Quan's face as he looked at the distant Star Lake City and thought, Qingying, you might think you have found yourself a powerful backer, but you simply have no idea what kind of existence Shifeng has provoked. A few days ago, a development unbeknownst to him must have occurred, as his superior had abruptly allowed him to utilize Demon's Gate's forces on the Starlight continent. Meanwhile, the command he received was to permanently erase Zero Wing from the greater world. When he received this command, he decided to use this opportunity to thoroughly show Xia Qingying the consequences of offending him. Although a minor accident had occurred with the arrangements he made for the Tier 6 match, what truly mattered was the upcoming Tier 5 match. To ensure Star Lake City's defeat in the Tier 5 match, he had even paid a heavy price to get one of Skystar City's Tier 5 ace battle groups to serve as reserve members for the Myriad Forest Legion. As for the battle group Luo Tianhao led, it stood among the apex of all Tier 5 battle groups on the Starlight continent. There was no way Zero Wing's recently established battle group could compete against it. Time passed quickly. 10 minutes after the Tier 6 match concluded, the Tier 5 participants of all 16 cities began entering their simulation cabins one after another. However, when the Myriad Forest Legion's Tier 5 participants made their initial appearance, an uproar immediately occurred among the 16 third-tier mobile cities. Heavens! Why do those participants from the Myriad Forest Legion look like they're Skystar City's Ace Battle Group members? They don't just look like them. They are them. They represented Skystar City in the most recent first-tier city battle. Everyone was surprised to see Luo Tianhao and his battle group appearing on Myriad Forest City's side. Even Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying, who were spectating from Star Lake City's spectator stand, were shocked by this development. What did Xiao Quan do? How did he get one of Skystar City's ace battle groups to help him? Confusion filled Xia Qingying's eyes as she looked at the holographic screen displaying the Myriad Forest Legion's Tier 5 participants. Since when did first-tier cities interfere with the struggles of second- and third-tier cities? On the Starlight continent, first-tier cities were essentially unattainable existences for the various second- and third-tier cities. Normally, first-tier cities would find it beneath themselves to even meddle with the struggles of top-ranking second-tier cities, let alone third-tier cities. After all, the two stood on completely different playing fields. Aside from a significant difference in equipment standards, there also existed a massive difference in mental strength standards. In a second-tier city legion, 3-star grandmasters were extremely rare. But in a first-tier city legion, 3-star grandmasters were very common. They were so common that every battle group would have a 3-star grandmaster leading it. As for ace battle groups, while not all members would be 3-star grandmasters, they would be at the very least 2-star limit grandmasters. Additionally, all of them were fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and they were even capable of materializing all of their equipment in battle. This was a stark contrast to the ace battle group members of second- and third-tier legions, where many of them couldn't materialize legendary items, even if they possessed some. As for the combat standards of a first-tier legion's ace battle group members, they were all at the 5th floor standard at the very least. At this moment, Xia Qingying wasn't the only one shocked by this development. Even Red Frost, who had relaxed after winning the Tier 6 match, couldn't help but look at Myriad Forest City's screen with twitching eyes. Exactly what kind of existence did our mighty guild leader of Zero Wing offend? Previously, Red Frost was still rather confident in Shifeng's ability to win the Tier 5 match. However, after seeing one of Skystar City's ace battle groups appearing in the Myriad Forest Legion, she couldn't help but grow worried. Even if they were talking about the Tier 6 match, a battle group of Tier 5 5th floor experts fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment could probably win against the 15 cities. Placing such a battle group in the Tier 5 match of a third-tier city battle was simply cheating. With such a frightening battle group present, how was Zero Wing supposed to win the Tier 5 match? Apart from Shifeng, Zero Wing's battle group had, at most, 4 other 5th floor experts. Even if they were fully equipped with fragmented legendary items strengthened by intermediate divine engravings, their basic attributes would still be slightly inferior to players fully equipped with legendary items. Not to mention, they wouldn't have access to the other bonuses and abilities of legendary items. While everyone was discussing Skystar City's ace battle group, the bell signaling the start of the Tier 5 match sounded. Following the start of the Tier 5 match, the 15 city legions promptly gathered at one location, as previously discussed. They did not give the Star Lake Legion any opportunities as their comrades did in the Tier 6 match. After gathering, the army of 3,000 marched towards Star Lake City. Then, after dedicating 1,000 players to constructing a magic barrier, the rest of the army began systematically searching for the Star Lake Legion's members. Xiao Quan is such a cautious person, leader. We can't even demonstrate our strength to Zero Wing with such a setup. a graceful female elementalist from Luo Tianhao's battle group said, frowning as she watched the 15 Sites members erecting a large barrier that enveloped the entire army. Once this barrier is completed, I doubt we will get to even see Zero Wings members. Once the large magic barrier constructed by 1,000 players took shape, it would encompass more than half of Star Lake City. And if it was settled in the heart of the city, it could cover at least 70% of the city. In such a situation, there was no way the Star Lake Legion or Zero Wings battle group would think of contesting for the capture points covered by the barrier. Isn't that better? Luo Xiaohao chuckled. Not only do we get to make a large sum of eternal coins without doing anything, but we can also let Fry know the Zero Wing she mentioned is an insignificant coward. If Zero Wing doesn't even dare to fight us, what qualifications does it have to partner with the Galaxy Conglomerate? Someone's approaching us from in front. Leader, a Tier 5 Ranger from the same battle group, suddenly reported. They're very fast. They'll reach us in 10 seconds. It seems they're smart and know that this is their only chance to get close to us, Luo Tianhao said, unsurprised by the report. After all, once the barrier was completed, Star Lake City was as good as theirs. How many people do they have? There seems to be only 5, the Tier 5 Ranger awkwardly said. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3529, Chapter 603, Lunacy. Chapter 3529, Chapter 603, Lunacy. Chapter 603, Lunacy. Is he insane? Why did he send only 5 people? Over at Star Lake City's spectator stands, Xia Qingying stood up and exclaimed in a somewhat ear-piercing voice when she saw only 5 figures appearing before the 15 cities' army, confusion and disbelief filling her eyes. As Zero Wing's partner, Xia Qingying was more or less aware of Zero Wing's situation. While Zero Wing might have very few capable experts based in Star Lake City, it definitely wasn't so short on manpower that it could only have 5 people participate in the Tier 5 match. Not to mention, Shifeng had even shown Zero Wing's battle group to Mu Huangwu previously. That was undoubtedly a full battle group. Moreover, Shifeng always had the option of seeking reinforcements from Zero Wing's other members in God's domain. While external reinforcements might experience a delay in controlling their bodies, 5th floor experts could still display combat standards vastly superior to titled experts nonetheless, combined with weapons and equipment enhanced by intermediate divine engravings. These 5th floor experts could put up a fight against even Skystar City's ace battle group. Yet, Shifeng had chosen to participate in the Tier 5 match with just 5 people. Now, not only would it be impossible to defeat Skystar City's ace battle group, but even winning against the 15 city legions would be an insurmountable challenge. At this time, Mu Huangwu also nodded in agreement with Xia Qingying. He felt that Shifeng had already given up on the Tier 5 match. Otherwise, there would be no reason why he would have only 5 people participate. No matter how futile the Tier 5 match might seem, he should have mobilized at least 20 people. After all, every additional participant counted in a city battle. Are you all Zero Wings members? Luo Tianhao asked out of curiosity as he looked at the 5 people approaching him. Luo Tianhao had only heard a little about the guild named Zero Wing, and most of it had come from Fry. However, based on Frey's description, Zero Wing was supposedly an amazing guild, so much so that she strongly recommended the Galaxy Conglomerate to establish deeper ties with it. That's right, Shifeng responded, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at Luo Tianhao and his battle group. In his previous life, Luo Tianhao's battle group was considerably famous on the Starlight continent. The battle group had helped Skystar City achieve consecutive victories and 0 defeats in the Tier 5 matches against other first-tier cities. Somewhere down the line, the battle group even won a match for a transcontinental special-tier city, instantly solidifying the Galaxy conglomerate's position in the city. However, despite Luo Tianhao's achievements and status as the Galaxy conglomerate's sixth successor, Shifeng never really paid much attention to him. This was because most major struggles in the Greater Gods domain only involved Tier 6 players, while Luo Tianhao and his battle group only focused on Tier 5 matches. Good. Luo Tianhao nodded as he looked at Shifeng. Since you have the courage to stand before us, we won't bully you with numbers. Instead, we'll have a 5-on-5 match. If you win, my battle group will stay out of Star Lake City. If we win, you must personally tell Fry that Zero Wing isn't worthy of collaborating with Galaxy. How about it? Upon hearing Luo Tianhao's words, the 15 City Legions members promptly grew anxious. In this Tier 5 match, Luo Tianhao's battle group was the main force for their side, while everyone else was only here as support. While they might be able to kill Shifeng's group if they finished constructing their magic barrier, they would be in a bind if Shifeng's group fled to another city. Even if the 15 cities were to ultimately win the Tier 5 match, so long as Shifeng's group successfully occupied 1 or 2 capture points in another city, there was a chance the unlucky city might lose to Star Lake City in points. Not to mention, according to their intelligence, all 5 members of Shifeng's group should be 5th floor experts. That's a rather generous offer, team leader Luo. Shifeng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Luo Tianhao's confidence. Unfortunately, I am not interested in it. Also, I'm afraid nobody present is qualified to discuss conditions with Zero Wing. As soon as Shifeng's words fell, an uproar immediately occurred among the 15 cities. It was especially so for Star Lake City's spectators. Crap! Is that guy nuts? How dare he provoke Skystar City's ace battle group at this critical moment? Is he not worried City Lord Feng will kick him out of Star Lake City? Star Lake City's spectators couldn't help but look at Shifeng as if he was a fool. After all, Luo Tianhao's offer allowed Zero Wing to have a fair fight. Yet not only did Shifeng turn down such an opportunity, but he had even provoked Luo Tianhao while he was at it. We're not qualified to discuss conditions with you. Luo Tianhao laughed. At the same time, his expression gradually darkened. I would have assumed the guild that Fry has talked so much about would have some brains, but it seems Zero Wing is merely run by a bunch of irredeemable fools. Since you think we're unqualified, let me see how long you can last against my battle group. Immediately, Luo Tianhao and his battle group members materialized their legendary weapons and equipment, the appearance of the items bringing along with them an aura surpassing that of the average Tier 6 player. And when everyone saw their weapons and equipment, they couldn't help but be awed. It was very rare to see players fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment in the Greater Gods domain. Not even the executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers would necessarily have a full set of legendary items. Yet, every member of Luo Tianhao's member group was fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. With such an equipment standard, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Luo Tianhao's battle group could confront a Tier 6 god. Meanwhile, when Fire Dance felt the astonishing aura coming off of Luo Tianhao's battle group, she looked at Shifeng with fiery eyes and asked, "Can I have this battle, guild leader?" "Ah, not fair, Big Sis Fire." Jun Luosha pouted. "We already agreed to share before." "Guild leader. As a vice guild leader, I think I should be the one to handle this fight," Gentle Snow interjected. "Fire Dance, and the others can go after me if I fail." All of a sudden, 4 of Zero Wing's 5-man party could be seen contesting for the opportunity to take on Luo Tianhao's battle group by themselves. When everyone else saw this scene, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and it was especially so for Luo Tianhao and his battle group members. Previously, It was already plenty ludicrous that Zero Wing had only dispatched 5 people to participate in the Tier 5 match. Yet, it seems the women around Shifeng had also lost their minds as they now argued for a chance to fight alone. At this time, even those familiar with fire dance, such as Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu, couldn't help but question whether they were hallucinating or fire dance, and the others had truly gone insane. "Stop arguing," Shifeng said with a wry smile. "If you all insist on soloing, we'll go by order of whoever mastered the advanced bronze purification technique first. That way, it'll be fair to everyone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.